6:02 p.m. We are at the City Hall Council Chambers at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is our Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember King, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Here. Councilmember King. Here. Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here. City Council, thank you all for being here, our city staff and everyone who's in attendance today. Appreciate your time to join us for this meeting. This time, Council, we are at item number 4, to approve the agenda as written or with amendments. Should the Council decide, please let me know. If there's no desire for any amendments or changes, just looking for a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember King. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. 4. Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. The agenda is approved as written, approved 5-0 by the council, which brings us to item number 5. We've got a few presentations tonight, and before going forward, if anyone does desire to speak, we ask that you please fill out a public comment card. They're provided in the lobby. We're going to get to that section of the agenda right after our presentations here, and we'll make sure that you're heard. Please provide it here to our sheriff's deputy, and we'll get you going. And with that, the first presentation is number 5.1, which is a proclamation declaring April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Thank you. I'm going to come forward and read the proclamation. And I believe we do have a representative here, Ms. Dana Sussman. Are you with us today? Dana, as soon as I'm finished reading the proclamation, if you'd like, we encourage you, please come forward and take a photo. And if you have any words, you're certainly welcome. An official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral. Whereas in 1872, Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of topsoil, mitigate stormwater flooding, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, sequester carbon dioxide, and provide a habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our home, and fuel for our fire. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Cape Canaveral is celebrating its 37th year as recognized Tree City. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in the city of Cape Canaveral, and I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day, support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Signed and sealed this 19th day of May, 2026. Thank you. Susie, get some flag.
Good evening. I'm Dana Sussman. I'm a senior forester with the Florida Forest Service, and thank you for inviting me to accept the proclamation. And I wanted to say, even though April 24th has passed, to a forester, every day is Arbor Day, so it's a chance to celebrate trees, to thank trees for all the things they give us. So plant a tree, water a tree, take care of a tree. You can do it every day, but in the U.S., the National Arbor Day is our formal recognition of all the things that trees give to us. So thank you very much, and happy Arbor Day.
Thank you. We do love our trees here in the city of Cape Canaveral and appreciate you and all who are a part of making that possible. At this time, we're moving to item 5.2, which is a proclamation of Cape View Elementary School, which has been in our city from 1963 to 2026. I'm going to come forward and read this proclamation, and I actually did not sign it yet. I wanted to do that today with everyone, and we appreciate all who took the time to be here with us. And council, once I finish the proclamation, be honored if you'd be willing to come down and join for a photograph and any words from our Cape View principal, and I would assume Ms. Long and Ms. Dodd, thank you so much for being here. So I'll go ahead at this time and sign the proclamation. Thank you. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas Cape View Public Elementary School opened for the first year in 1964 with Mr. Robert Mink as its first principal, the school became known as a small school atmosphere with strong community partnerships and relations, and the school is recognized for its historical significance, where a large number of its students had parents who were space program astronauts more than any other school in the nation. And whereas for over 62 years, Cape View served many families who worked at Cape Canaveral, where the school not only impacted academic knowledge, but upheld its mission, creating a lifelong learning environment and that was focused on standards-based instruction, leading to a higher level of student engagement and improved student achievement. And whereas in 1976, the City of Cape Canaveral identified the school crossing guards to the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners as services rendered for the benefit of the city's residents to ensure the children's safety as a major city street crossings leading up to the school. And whereas since 1991, the school continued to support its belief in family involvement by bringing stakeholders together, being active with city-related events, and keeping the governor's mentoring initiative program that involves city council members and staff as volunteers. And whereas members of the community distinguished the area with a quiet beach and a good elementary school as a reason to live, and in 2014, the City of Cape Canaveral celebrated the milestone of the school's 50th year anniversary. And whereas in 2018, Cape View Elementary, home of the Cape View Rockets, received an A+ rating from the state, provided neighborhood-based access to quality public education to impact academic knowledge, and nurtured values of respect, perseverance, and service throughout generations. And whereas Cape View Elementary, throughout its history, remained committed to continuous improvement, where in the 2024-2025 school year, the school achieved an A school rating symbolizing the resilience, pride, and excellence of the Cape View Rockets staff, and from the humblest schoolhouses to today's modern classrooms, the school's educational journey has been marked by the dedication of Principal Melissa Long, the commitment of the teachers and faculty, the curiosity of the students, the steadfast support of the families, and the protection from the city's school crossing guards. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby honor the legacy of Cape View Elementary School and, as it closes its doors for the final time, call upon all citizens to honor educators, students, and community members past and present whose contributions have shaped our school into places of inspiration and opportunity. Signed and sealed this 19th day of May, 2026. Principal Long. We'll get forward.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Morrison, members of the City Council, city leaders, community members, family, staff, and friends of Cape View. Tonight I stand before you with a full heart and deep gratitude. On behalf of our students, families, faculty, and staff, thank you for the incredible support you have shown to Cape View Elementary throughout the years, and especially through this season of transition. Cape View has always been more than a school. It's been a family, a safe place, a source of pride, and a true community hub. For generations of children in this city, Cape View was where they learned to read, made lifelong friends, discovered their talents, and built memories that will stay with them forever. The school became woven into the heart of this community, and that only happens when the city truly embraces its school. Throughout this year, our community faced difficult decisions and emotional changes. The City of Cape Canaveral continuously showed compassion, kindness, and support. You listened, you encouraged, you honored our students and staff, and reminded all of us that Cape View mattered deeply to this city. One of the most powerful examples of that love was during our alumni community open house. We welcomed approximately 440 people back home to Cape View that day. Alumni traveled from places like Virginia and Georgia just to walk the halls of our school one more time, reconnect with old friends, and pay tribute to the school that meant so much to them. Decades of memories filled the classrooms, cafeteria, and the patio. One moment that truly captured the spirit of Cape View was watching a gentleman who attended Cape View in the 1960s reconnect with his first grade teacher right there in the cafeteria. It was emotional, genuine, and unforgettable. Seeing the number of people who came and the love that filled the campus that day showed us all something very special. Cape View was never just a school building. It was a place where people felt loved, connected, and part of something bigger than themselves. As the principal, I've had the privilege of witnessing the very best of people during this journey. I've seen city leaders attend our events, celebrate our accomplishments, speak kindly to our students, and support our staff during moments that weren't always easy. Those actions may have seemed small at times, but it meant the world to all of us. I especially want to thank the city for recognizing the importance of preserving the spirit of legacy of Cape View. Schools are buildings, yes, but they are also filled with stories, transitions, traditions, laughter, and love. Your support helped our families feel seen and valued during a time that could have felt very easily uncertain. Cape View students are resilient, kind, and remarkable children. Our teachers and staff have poured their heart into this school every single day. They created a culture built on relationships, love, and a we over I mindset. Even in challenging moments, they continue to show up with strength, grace, and unwavering dedication to children. I'm incredibly proud to have served as principal of Cape View. This school has changed me forever. The students, staff, and families became a part of my heart, and I will always carry Rocket Pride with me. The city of Cape Canaveral truly shows up for its people, its children, and its school. In over 25 years in education, I can honestly say I've never witnessed a community rally around a school with as much love, pride, and unwavering support. As we look ahead, I know the spirit of Cape View will continue. It lives within every student who walked our halls, every teacher who gave their all, every volunteer who stepped forward to help, and every family who trusted us with their children. It lives within this community. The future holds hope and optimism for our students and families. While change is never easy, we know our children will continue to thrive because they carry that spirit of Cape View with them wherever they go. We are grateful to our neighbors at Roosevelt Elementary for welcoming our students and families with open arms as we begin the next chapter together. This transition is not about leaving memories behind. It's about bringing decades of Rocket Pride, relationships, and community into a new future. The love, traditions, and values that made Cape View special will continue to live through our students, our staff, and our families. Tonight is not about saying goodbye to a school. It's about celebrating legacy. It's about honoring decades of memories, relationships, and love. It's about, and I would like to say a big thank you. Thank you to the City of Cape Canaveral for standing beside us. Thank you for believing in our children. Thank you for reminding our community that Cape View mattered and always will. Once a rocket, always a rocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Long, and the entire Cape View staff, community, parents, students, the long several decades of over 60 years that's given so much to the identity of who we are as a city. And while this is the end, as you said, the legacy we will carry forward. So thank you for your words, and once a rocket, always a rocket. Council, I just want to say thank you all as well for everything you did and our city staff to support and to be a part of Cape View Elementary. It's time we were unified, and we will continue to celebrate all the positive contributions that Cape View gave our community and our city. So thank you again. Deputy, was there a recess needed? Thank you. At this time, we're going to go on the same note there and lead our school crossing guards recognition, which is a presentation of certificates of appreciation to the Cape View Elementary School crossing guards. On January 20th, 2026, the Brevard County School Board approved Cape View Elementary's schools consolidation to Roosevelt Elementary School in the city of Cocoa Beach. As a result of its actions, and with the Cape View Elementary School's closure, the following school crossing guard positions employed by the city of Cape Canaveral will no longer go on. First, and if you're here with us, we would ask you to come forward. It's Karen Rocky, who started on August 18th, 2008. Ms. Janice Durkin started August 10th, 2011. And Ms. Marie Baker started August 8th, 2025. If you're with us, thank you. You want to come down for that? You want to come down for that? Council, one last time. Let's go down and join the presidents.
Imagine all those children you helped safely cross the street and you this amazing. Thank you.
City Clerk's office at this time of recess, 10? Is it? At this time, we're going to take a brief recess. I believe we have some refreshments out front as well, and allow those who would like to join us here in the lobby, I would say for 10 minutes to recognize and celebrate that proclamation and those certificates of our crossing guards. So we were at 6:26. We'll try to get back in well before 6:30, and we'll take a recess. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and call our regular city council meeting back to order. It is 6:42 p.m. Before getting started back on the agenda, I do have a little housekeeping question. There was a phone that was found. Looks like there's a cat as the background, and it is a black phone is, if somebody hears they've lost a phone or need a phone, I'm sure they'll be coming back.
That looked like a bunny.
Is-
If you hear it ring, you'll know it's the person who owns it borrowing another one.
I'm going to delegate this to our Mayor Pro Tem if it rings. Yeah. What did you say?
I said you might want to make sure it's silenced during the meeting.
Yes. All right, so I'm assuming no one here is missing a phone?
That is a cat. That is a cat. I was wrong. I was mistaken. It was at a distance. Okay, I've got the cat phone.
Thank you. All right, so we are at item 5.4, which is the tsunami and hurricane presentation. We have a presentation of the City of Cape Canaveral Tsunami Ready Certification Ceremony presented by the Melbourne National Weather Service Office. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I believe there was a presentation that made I'll get started. Cool. So thank you, Mayor, and the City Council members for the opportunity to be here this evening. As the warning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Melbourne, my team and I are responsible for the planning and execution of our agency's weather and water safety awareness program, which focuses on educating public and helping reduce death, injury, and property damage caused by hazardous weather here in East Central Florida. And that's where the Tsunami Ready program comes in. Tsunami Ready is a voluntary community preparedness program that recognizes communities for strengthening local warning operations, emergency planning, public alerting, and outreach before a tsunami threat occurs. Built through collaboration between the National Weather Service and the National Tsunami Hazard Mitigation Program, emergency management, community leaders, and the public, the goal is simple: to improve public safety before, during, and after a tsunami emergency. Now, I know what you're thinking. Tsunamis? Why are we talking about them in East Central Florida? Well, they've happened in the past, and they're going to happen in the future. They are rare, but rare does not mean impossible. And low frequency, high impact events still require planning, coordination, and coordinated public messaging. And as of June 1st, just a few days from now, thanks to the efforts put forth by city employees within your resilience division, the City of Cape Canaveral becomes the third community within East Central Florida to be recognized as Tsunami Ready, and only the sixth community to be recognized as Tsunami Ready in the state of Florida. Your city staff has worked hard to meet the goals of the program, including identifying tsunami hazard areas, developing evacuation and response planning, supporting public education and outreach, participating in tsunami exercises, which there was a photo just now displayed on the screen, and ensuring that folks have multiple ways to receive and share official tsunami alerts with the public. And fairly soon, if not already, you folks have these adorning your crossovers. How many crossovers do you all have? 17 crossovers, identifying you as a new tsunami hazard community within East Central Florida, identifying the threat here, but making sure people know what to do in the unlikely event that a tsunami does threaten our coastline. And this work matters because the warning process is only one piece of preparedness. A warning must be received, trusted, and acted upon, and that requires planning before the emergency happens. So with that in mind, let's remember that even the best plans are tested during emergencies, and we're no stranger to emergencies, right? Whether they be hurricanes, storm surge, flooding, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, extreme temperatures, and while rare, tsunamis. But the collaborative effort put forth by your team over the past couple of years will allow the City of Cape Canaveral to better prepare for and respond to this low probability but high hazard event. But it should not end here, because preparedness is everyone's responsibility. We prepare because coastal hazards can evolve quickly. We prepare because clear messages and practice plans save time when time matters most. And we prepare because no community is hazard proof. But programs like Tsunami Ready help communities become more aware, more coordinated, and more resilient. So I appreciate your time this evening, and congratulations to the City of Cape Canaveral on becoming Tsunami Ready.
Thank you, Will. I would also just like to add, council, that another big reason that we wanted to do this was because as a member of the National Flood Insurance Program, getting this certification adds to us getting lower flood insurance premiums through that program. So we're on track to become a Class 6 community, which affords 20% discounts on flood insurance premiums in the city. That recertification gets upped every 5 years. We just put it in, so this certification will go into the next cycle, and it's worth dozens and dozens of points through the program that could further see insurance premiums decrease for the public in the city. So that was another big reason. I also just wanted to ask if you would like to take a photo with the sign and then call it good. Oops, sorry. So, thank you. I also just want to give a huge thank you to Canaveral Fire Rescue and Brevard County Sheriff's Office, who helped get this certification for us through the emergency planning process. So thank you.
You thought I was joking. All right, good job. Thank you.
Pray we never have to exercise that, but it's better to prepare, even if it is unlikely. And thank you again. Okay, at this time, we are now on to item 5.5, which is a proclamation declaring the week of May 10th to May 16th, 2026 as National Police Week. Just want to read the summary here. Each May, our nation comes together to honor the courage, sacrifice, and dedication of law enforcement officers originally established by presidential proclamation by President John F. Kennedy in 1962. National Police Week includes Peace Officers Memorial Day on May 15th and a week of observances recognizing officers who's given their lives in the line of duty, as well as those who continue to serve and protect our communities with the dedication and courage. Events are centered in Washington, D.C. and include the Candlelight Vigil hosted by the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, the Concerns of Police Survivors, COPS, National Survivors Conference, and the cornerstone of the week, the Fraternal Order of Police National Peace Officers Memorial Service on May 15th at the west front of the United States Capitol. National Police Week is both a time of solemn remembrance and a celebration of the men and women who serve with integrity and bravery every day. It reminds us that behind every badge is a story of service, sacrifice, and family. This is from nationalpoliceweek.org. And before going down, I do have a proclamation I'm going to come forward and read. Just want to say that, our city hired Mr. Touchberry, who served, and we've, it's not as uncommon anymore, but we've been very thankful for his service here as city manager, but also his background and service as a chief for the Fellsmere Police Department and working in the Vero Beach Police Department. And Mr. Touchberry, I know this day is a special one for you. If you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for taking a few moments to recognize, what truly are, heroes in our community. We love our fire guys and they're heroes as well. But today, in this last week, I should say, but today in particular is when we honor, our police officers. They're the ones who run toward the gunfire. They understand the threat and the dangers out there. They look at society a lot differently than the rest of us do. And I can tell you just when I would be out with my wife driving, into town, when I was on patrol, especially as soon as we would hit the city limits, my head would start looking left and right and she would slap me in the arm and she'd say, "Quit patrolling." It just is instinctual when you're out there. You truly do see the community for all that it is good and also the evils that lurk out there. So we cannot tip our hat enough to the men and women who serve us in the law enforcement profession. So thank you so much for what you're doing here this evening.
Thank you. I believe, is Commander Neal here? Oh, I'm going to come forward and present this.
Not Craig Neal, but in his representation.
Thank God, it's two tunnel vision on the paper. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas the Congress of the United States and the President of the United States have designated the week May 10th through May 16th as National Police Week, with May 15th, 2026 recognized as Peace Officers Memorial Day. And whereas law enforcement officers throughout our nation faithfully serve and protect their communities, often placing themselves in harm's way to safeguard the lives, property, and constitutional rights of others. And whereas, according to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, the 111 law enforcement officers nationwide were killed in the line of duty during 2025, representing a tragic reminder of the dangers faced daily by those who wear the badge. And among those losses, 11 were brave officers serving communities throughout the state of Florida. And whereas the City of Cape Canaveral recognizes and honors the courage, professionalism, integrity, and dedication demonstrated daily by all federal, state, county, and municipal law enforcement officers, and whereas the city further acknowledges the sacrifices made by law enforcement officers and their families, including those who have suffered injury or given their lives in the line of duty while protecting the public and preserving peace and order. And whereas the Brevard County Sheriff's Office provides dedicated enforcement services and protection to the residents, businesses, and visitors of Cape Canaveral, and the city expresses its sincere appreciation for the commitment, professionalism, and service of the deputies, civilian staff, and leadership of the Sheriff's Office. And whereas National Police Week provides an opportunity for all citizens to express gratitude and support for the men and women of law enforcement who work tirelessly to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. Now therefore I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 10th through the 16th, 2026 as National Police Week in the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, and encourage all residents to honor and recognize the dedicated service and sacrifice of all law enforcement officers, and to join in expressing appreciation for the unwavering commitment to public safety, signed and sealed this 19th day of May, 2026. Thank you. Council, one more time. It's important. I think we come down. If you want to come forward.
Yes. Thank you very much. Go over to Mike. I do appreciate this for representing the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I personally have been a member of the Sheriff's Office for 25 years, and since I think 2008, this is my third time I've been assigned to the City of Cape Canaveral, and I'm always treated differently when I come back here. We were treated like we were the small town police officers. We were treated very well by the City Council, and we know our citizens, and we really appreciate the time that you guys take to take care of us, and when people come up to the office just to say thank you and recognize that we're here for you guys and we're here for the city. So thank you very much, and thank you for honoring the service that we give, and for those who've given everything and given everything from their families and their lives to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, we are on item 5.6, which is our final presentation of Safety Summit Award, which quoted Cones to Concrete Project, a presentation of the Florida Department of Transportation District 5 Safety Summit Award. I believe Councilmember Willis will be presenting this. I was wrong. We've got one more. We're going to all receive this. So, if you want to come down.
Is this thing on? Good.
Might as well just stay here.
As a member of the FDOT District 5 Central Florida Safety Steering Committee, I was able to attend the FDOT District 5 Getting to Zero Safety Summit. And the Getting to Zero Safety Summit is an extension of the Vision Zero initiative to recognize that no roadway fatality is acceptable, that we should strive to reduce and work toward eliminating roadway fatalities. Along with Rich Davis, the city engineer, we were honored and proud to receive the FDOT Safety Summit Award on behalf of the city of Cape Canaveral for the temporary crosswalks from cones to concrete project. And I believe that is Connor Ford's naming of the project. It was a surprise. We were not expecting to receive this award, but during the city's popular monthly Friday Fest, attendees faced challenges safely crossing A1A. In response, the city partnered with FDOT, Brevard County, and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office to implement a temporary manned and well-lit crosswalk, creating a safe and effective solution. And the project's success has led to a permanent mid-block crossing with a pedestrian hybrid beacon now in design and anticipated for construction in 2027 with funding assistance from the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization. This effort reflects the power of collaboration with external organizations and an incremental approach to achieving safe streets. And congratulations to the City of Cape Canaveral and City Council and its partners on this outstanding achievement. And I'd further like to acknowledge three members of staff: Tim Carlisle, our Capital Projects Director, Connor Ford, our Senior Planner, and Abigail Holmes, Resilience Planning and Services Manager, who have worked diligently on furthering this project to provide safe access to our residents. Mr. Mayor.
Oh, wow. Nice. Very nice.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Just want to say this. Thank you, Councilmember Willis. You know, thankfully, coming off of recognizing our Brevard County Sheriff's Office and the relationship, Cape Canaveral has been fortunate to maintain low crime and the awful things that happen in societies where blood is really shed. We've been fortunate here, but the one area in the past 7-8 years where you do see just horrible incidents has been on A1A, the saddest stories. And so any way that we can improve safety and through the surprise of receiving this award, these are the steps that I think are meaningful and going to help the city move forward to make it safer. It is something that's out of our control, but I think this proves that while we don't own and operate the road, through that collaboration, we can make a positive difference. So thank you very much, and the entire council for continuing to support, and all of the city staff, as council member recognized, we appreciate you. And I absolutely love the name, Cones to Concrete, so that's great. Thank you again. That will conclude the presentations and proclamations for our meeting this evening, which brings us to public participation. As I said earlier, if anyone does intend to speak, we ask you to please fill out a card. At this time, I only have one card, and we ask you to please come forward. Mr. Evan Weidsfeld, if you're here with us, the floor. Come up. Will you please come forward? Yes, sir. We just ask you to please let us know your name and address. We got 3 minutes, and when the light goes yellow, it's got about 30 more seconds left, and we ask you please wrap up. Mr. Weisfeld, the floor is yours. Thank you.
My name is Evan Weisfeld. I live at 316 Madison Avenue. I'd like to thank the City Council for announcing the plan to add parking fees at the beaches this time. For those of you who don't remember, last time we woke up one day to find numbers painted on the parking spaces. It was then revealed that hardware to collect parking fees had already been purchased. To make a long story short, the outcry from the citizens of Cape Canaveral was loud enough to stop it in its tracks. I hope we still have the kind of community that stands up against this. To quote from the Surfrider Foundation's policy on beach access, "Our oceans and coasts are public spaces, and the Surfrider Foundation views beach access as a universal right. Access to healthy and clean coasts and a vibrant ocean should be for the benefit of all people. If we take away free parking at our beach crossovers, we are limiting that right. What we will be saying is, because we live here, we're the only ones who have the right to free access to the ocean. This is such an elitist attitude, and I hope we as a community are better than that. The argument for doing something like this boils down to, this is a way to get stuff paid for without raising taxes. To that I say there are some things worth paying taxes for, and each of these should be judged on their own merit, not used as an argument to restrict access to the ocean. Cape Canaveral has always felt like a community that supports families. What is going on here lately has me concerned we're losing that focus. The loss of our elementary school and if the rumors are true, Cherry Down Park, and now this. What will this community be like when there's no elementary school, no public park on the beach, and no free access to the ocean? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else intended to speak? I do. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Leva Sidamini. I live in Cape Canaveral on Lincoln Avenue. I also live at the beach access. I remember very clearly we had a program in place. The numbers were placed on the cement concrete. The week of Christmas, they were paid extra to put those numbers down. I remember clearly going out to the beach access and asking the people, our city people, why were they putting those numbers down? It hadn't been finalized. They told me it was, we were just waiting for a vote. It's late, it's all taken care of.
Ms. Visadomini, I don't think we've experienced, it might be, this is on us, I think our volume might be a
Let's
little.
stop my time then.
We absolutely will. Maybe back up a little bit, that's not your fault, it seems very receptive today.
I can never hear me, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's
better.
overcorrected now, I think we get a little high. Thank you.
So, from my recollection was the meters were purchased, they were placed in a warehouse. Mr. Morgan passed away. Someone else was placed in his spot, not elected, placed in his spot, as we had to do this year. So we had a non-elected person voting on something that our council already voted for. And we lost all the money of those meters. We lost all the money that we paid our employees over holiday pay. And now here we are again. talking about, let's put in the meters. The meters do generate money. A lot of things generate money. How are we gonna pay for these? If you're a resident and you don't pay taxes, because you're a renter and you don't pay taxes, your landlord does, and they can't come in and ask you for more money because now you have to pay to be go park. So there's a lot of issues that have to be discussed before this goes out and say, this is what we're gonna do to save money. If we're really gonna save money, let's get it done. Let's not put the machines in the warehouse, and we paid for the warehouse, and then we sold these machines for, I can't even tell you how much on a dollar. You know, the idea, I agree that we should have something, every other town, IRV, across America has paid parking. We have an awful lot of people that don't live in our community and use those parking spaces. Okay, and when they back up into your cars, and they back up into your property, the city's not responsible. That goes on my car insurance. So I really want you to think long and hard about this. We've already done this once. We're also supposed to get a parking garage. Maybe that's an answer.
Thank you. Any other cards or anyone who intends to speak during public participation? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Thank you for your comments and participating. Here, now at item 7, which are managers' matters. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. The first item under Managers Matters is facilities updates, and John Mayberry I've asked to come to the podium to discuss. We're going to go a little bit out of order. I'll start with the remote server. This is some equipment that we've had installed out of state, and it is part of our compliance with cybersecurity standards, and we'll be talking about those standards later on in the meeting. And then we'll save the Sandpiper Park item for last. John, go ahead.
I don't think so.
There's been an adjustment made, so go ahead and try it.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Beginning with Nancy Hanson, Recreation Complex. We're still in a holding pattern, waiting to go out for bid on that one. So no real update there. Manatee Sanctuary Park, the lighting, that is next on our list. Our maintenance crew has been working on the Sandpiper Park project, and once we get clear there, we will coordinate with the infrastructure maintenance guys. They're going to work with us, or we're going to work with them on getting that project accomplished. So we're waiting to get clear of Sandpiper to start that one.
Thank you, John. And as far as the Sandpiper Park goes, there is a delay in the installation of that equipment. It's the same delay that we experienced last month. The way that one of the apparatus was seated into the ground is too high to be utilized, and so there has to be an adjustment to the surface that will be underneath that apparatus so that it's safe for the kids to play on. So that is the holdup there. The materials have been stored there overnight for some time now. And John, what else do you have on that project?
I saw that, I believe you guys were all copied on the emails that went out about the materials that are being used. There was misinformation. We're not using what they're referring to as the chopped up used tires, the chunks that look like mulch. That's not what's being used at all. What's referred to as crumbs is ground up. It's really, really fine, and it's used as an infiller in the layers that they use for the pour and play. So I don't know if you're familiar with pour and play, but it's a nice rubberized structures. Instead of having the traditional mulch there, it's used everywhere in the United States. It's in practically every park in Brevard County. We've reached out to the company that manufactures the product, and we've seen the data. If somebody was to get sick from being on that surface, it would absolutely be an anomaly. There's zero danger. It's less than 1 part in a million. But that's where we are. So I'm addressing the flood of emails I've got in the last couple of days from citizens explaining what we're really using there. And as the city manager pointed out, we're just waiting for the correction to be made on the height on the one piece of equipment, and then they'll resume construction on getting the pour and play down.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question? Do you have a data sheet on the materials that will be used on the playground?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we get a
You sure
copy of
can.
that? Okay, good, thank you.
We actually received that data sheet late this afternoon, and we
Yes,
can forward it to all council members for your review. I'd also like to say that, with misinformation, obviously it causes great emotion in the community, unfounded emotion, right? I mean, we need to know what's real and what the truth is. And so when people put misinformation out there about what their government is doing, to create parks and play areas for their children, certainly phones are going to ring and so forth. I do want to say that we've been having issues with trespassing at this park. It is a construction zone or construction site. It is signed along the fencing. There's construction tape that has been placed around the apparatus. It is very clearly an area that is under construction, and yet we continue to have people climb the fence and try to use the park and trespass, even to make social media videos. So these are matters that, we deal with the sheriff's office. They have already been asked to keep an eye out on the park and make sure that there's no trespassing. We certainly haven't taken any actions against anybody that's there. Everyone's just been asked to leave. But we really just ask the community to please be patient. We understand that this is a popular park. There is a setback in the installation of this equipment that is not the fault of, if you will, the city of Cape Canaveral. It is an issue that we're dealing with the contractor with. And they are working as fast as they can, and they've given John and our team every assurance that it'll get done as soon as possible. They know how important this is to us. So we're happy to take any questions or calls that anybody has, but I think, again, just going back on the misinformation on social media has really done this community a disservice.
I got a question, Mayor. Yes. So, okay. I have a question about the contract completion date for the park, and if we had a date that was given by the contractor, and are there any ramifications if they don't meet that date?
Molly has been in contact with the scheduler as to if there's any remedy for the holdups that we're having. But the dates have always been projected because of weather and humidity and different things that we're dealing with out there. It's hard for them to give a date certain. So every time they've given us a date, it's been with like a week and a half, 2-week window.
Okay.
And with the exception of these two, mishaps with measuring, we've actually made pretty good progress on it. So, but they're being overly cautious in making sure that everything is safe. The fall heights from the equipment, if a child was to fall, that it's within the prescribed area, that they shouldn't have any breaks or anything, major damage to them. So, in that respect, we're glad, because we want them to be able to come out and use it and it'd be safe and be something they can enjoy.
And then I have a question for our city attorney on that, because when I work projects and enterprise, it's totally different than municipal. So is it normal to have an anticipated completion date on projects where the city can hold them accountable in some financial manner if they're not meeting that deadline? Or is it just unended, and whenever they get it finished, they get it finished?
No, normally there's a substantial completion date and a final completion date in the construction contract.
Okay.
But
And
I don't have that agreement in front of me and
Yeah.
what the city has entered into with the contractor.
okay, I just wanted to make sure and understand. Okay, so could we get those dates, Keith, our city manager, from
Certainly.
John, just so that we know and can kind of watch that?
Sure.
I appreciate that y'all are doing your due diligence to get it done. You want it done as much as we do. But I think as we look at vendor selection going forward with all contracts and various things like that, that we need to know what those terms are when they start slipping. And measurement, you know, it's the old measure twice and cut once, you know, so.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If can draw council's attention to the screen, we've put the Sandpiper redevelopment project timeline for you to review, and we could send this document to you and incorporate it in the record tonight. John's here, he's happy to answer any questions, but you can see it started in October 25 with the various bullet items that occurred there. If you want to take a moment to peruse it, the clerk can, you know, raise it for you to take a look at. Again, we can pass this on to you after the meeting so you have it for your files.
So our equipment was actually ordered in October 2025, and then we didn't get that until February. Is that normal for that long, John?
It was manufactured after we placed the orders.
Okay. I wanted to just clarify that because that makes a difference.
Right.
That makes,
Sure.
That's a big gap.
We knew about the lead time when we
Okay.
entered into the contract negotiations.
And then we waited for the delivery. It came in February, I guess it actually
Yes, ma'am.
did come in. Can you scroll up a little bit, City Clerk? So we started the demolition, the new equipment came in February, and then the prep work for the site was done in March. So what type of prep work did we have to do as staff, John?
We did the actual demolition. We tore out the old equipment and we had it hauled off by Waste Pro. And then we went in and cut out the new footprint as it was provided to us by the contractor. And then when there was the slowdown and then the stoppage of work, we actually pitched in, our guys did, and helped. And when it was completely stopped, that's when we shifted gears and we turned into installing the new water fountain. And our guys poured the concrete slabs and put the new park benches in place. And they, you know, pitched in where they could if they had a chance to help those guys so we could get things picked up and rolling again.
Okay, so have y'all gotten any indication of when they'll start work again now that they've done this remeasuring? Because I see it's April and May where that vendor started having to review
on the original miscalculation. We're dealing with a new miscalculation.
Okay.
And no, ma'am, as the city manager said, we just heard from them this afternoon. We've got the safety data sheets on the material, and I got an email from the scheduler, that we are up at the top of their schedule. They've got engineers working to make sure that we're going to be safe when we do open the park up.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm just really interested in that completion date that's defined by contract.
We'll
Thank
keep an eye
you.
on that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and we'll keep the attorney abreast of it as well. And I want to apologize to the community and to the council. None of this information is in your backup packet because it was new and developing today. You know, we are very responsive to the community, and we do monitor social media. We understand that it's an important vehicle for some folks to convey information. But when misinformation is conveyed, we want to make sure that the truth gets out there. And we weighed the options of putting a public statement out in the wake of that information going out. And we just decided that it's probably best to bring it up here to your attention and to share it with the community. And we will make sure that all of this that we presented to you this evening is incorporated in the record, and you'll get copies of it in your emails.
Thank you.
Question, the request of Councilmember King, was it an info sheet? Is that what you requested?
Yeah, a data sheet on the supposed,
Materials and
The
what they're made
materials,
of,
yeah.
and the studies. And this stuff is all, I don't know if you're familiar with, you deal with projects, but the benchmark is the Proposition 65 in California that deals with humans' involvement with chemicals and toxicity, and this meets that standard, well below the standard that they've set there. So I'm very comfortable with what we're doing there.
I think if we have a data sheet, we can put that out there to the public and they can see for themselves that, you know, what we saw just recently brought forward by one of our citizens was alarming. And if we can show that that's not what we're doing,
Right.
and here's what we are doing, I think that'll go a long way toward calming them.
Yes, ma'am. And a lot of it is terminology. You hear the word, see the word crumbs, and then when you get into the actual data sheets, there's several different definitions for crumbs, and this applies to this in this situation and this and that's it, and it's a head scratcher. But
Well,
and
is it going to be more confusing for the public to see a data sheet?
I don't ever want to assume anything about anybody's
Okay.
intelligence,
All right.
but it's technical. I will say it's technical.
Okay.
There's a lot of acronyms.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's such a thing as AI, and if they're curious about it, they
Sure.
can plug those
Sure.
technical terms in and learn a
Right.
little bit about it themselves. Yeah,
But
okay.
it's a lot.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor? So for the council, the data sheet it's actually manufacturer's declaration, and we have it up on the screen for you. And, you can go through the entire sheet now if you like. We've sent it to your emails. It will be incorporated in the record, and we can certainly make it available. But this is what we're referring to.
And as I do with citizens, if any of you folks would like to come out and take a tour, you all know where I'm at over in the community center. Come by, go out, and you can walk and see for yourself if you'd like.
Well, we'll let them know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so, city manager, are we,
That's it for facilities unless you have any questions.
any other questions for the 1A through D on the facilities?
Was there anything on the sanctuary, National Sanctuary Light?
Yes, John did update that. We're working with the crew, the city crew. They've been spending all their time at Sandpiper Park and haven't been able to get freed up yet.
Any other questions on facilities? Seeing none?
All right, well, thank you. So, city personnel update. We did, in the wake of some restructuring with the city staff, we've also realigned some job descriptions, and we've changed a couple of positions. Community engagement manager has been changed to community events and engagement coordinator, and this was gone from a salaried position to an hourly position. And we made an offer to an existing employee, Brandon McKay, who's already with our park department. And he was excited to take that offer. So he is now fulfilling that role, and he's still working out of his office at the Cape Center next door. Records management specialist, we reclassified that to records management technician, and we hired one, and he's present this evening. His name's Tommy Lathrow. Tommy, if you stand up so everybody can see you real quick. Thank you. Tommy comes.
Hi, Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy comes to us with a good amount of experience, and we're excited to have him on the team. He actually started a week ago yesterday, right? Right, very good. Thank you, Tommy. An executive administrative assistant, this works directly at my office, and we've been taking applications. I think we're up to about maybe 30 now, and we've been screening them, doing some telephone interviews, and we're narrowing down the field to who we want to do actual one-on-one interviews with, so we're making progress there. Part-time rec leader has been vacated, and we're just holding off on that for now. And then our front desk permitting clerk is also on hold. So that is your city personnel update. Grants update, we've had some exciting interaction with Congressman Herodopoulos' office and his appropriations and grants team. And we've had a good meeting or two. We've gotten some good emails from them with some links to some grants to consider. This is one of those things that's going to be a work in progress. We're looking at not even getting into the cycle until 2028, I believe, but our package needs to be getting in sooner than that. So when we have information to share with council about what we're seeking, we will make sure we bring it to the council so you are aware of it and that you approve it, and we can incorporate it however we need to in our budget. But that is some exciting news working with our U.S. representative there. And item 7.4 is the City of Cape Canaveral Emergency Operations logo, and I think we have a visual to show you on the screen. I want to commend our staff for putting this together, although one of them is no longer here, Abby Holmes. I think she was the main artist, right, Jack? Jack had a lot to do with it as well. But the purpose of this logo is to clearly identify who our emergency operations staff are not just our staff, but who our emergency operations staff are in the wake of an emergency, but also to brand the information that we'll be sharing with the community. It's not just our normal city logo, it's an adaptation of. And you can see it maintains the spirit of our city logo, but clearly identifies itself as one affiliated with emergency operations. And per Florida statute, we need to get council's approval to adopt any adaptation of our city seal and city logo. I can tell you that the staff put a lot of time and effort into designing it to make it look like it needed to for purposes of emergency operations. And really, again, it's the branding so that when people are looking for information, emergency information, they see that logo, they know that's what they're going to receive. And we think it will bode well for our community. So any questions? Zach is here, he might answer if you have any.
I just want to say what a great job this logo being done in-house. Logos are not cheap items. They get expensive. Graphic art can be expensive, and I really like it. Is it appropriate for us to make the motion to accept this at this point in the agenda?
So. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to accept this for our.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember King. Any discussion? My comments are, it looks amazing. Great job.
Thank you, Council.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Lewis.
4.
Thank you again, Council. And Jack, please thank Abby for us. She did a great job. And I think the final item under Manager's Matters is a cybersecurity session. And if you recall, it was in the fall of 2024, the city agreed to adopt national information security standards when it comes to our cybersecurity. And we said at that time that we would bring back updates. This is confidential information, so we were just bringing it to the council's attention that your staff is ready to have a cybersecurity meeting with you in the shade, I think is how we refer to that. You can propose some dates to meet with that, or we can come back to you next agenda to solidify a date for you, but we're ready to bring some current information, however you'd like to proceed.
What was the due date for us having, the requirement to fulfill this?
Right, so the only due date was in reference to when we said we would adopt them. And then once you adopt them, then you have to make gradual progress toward that. So that you are the elected body, we want to share with you that gradual progress, but there is no deadline to say when you have to be in ultimate compliance. The only deadline is when you had to say you would try and work towards achieving compliance.
Okay.
And that's what you did during the last meeting. You agreed to do it.
Okay.
It's not an action item tonight, so if you want, we'll bring it back as an action item, and we'll bring you some dates for consideration.
I think we can set the date
Okay.
to save a step.
Sure.
But City Attorney, it's appropriate to schedule a meeting during the council meeting. We're not taking action just for the purposes of scheduling.
And the council can schedule a meeting, sure.
I think that would save a step.
Okay.
And I would suggest, since we are looking at potentially having some other our non-regular council meetings, that we might line it up on that day.
Yeah.
Because this meeting should not, and Mike might be able to give us a little more information on this, but it should not take us a great amount of time to
It should not.
to do it.
Yeah, we might even meet in advance of a council meeting 30 minutes. Mike, I don't know how much time you think we'll need to update the council? 30 minutes to an hour?
Optimistic here, thinking Mike's going to disclose anything. Sir, we will have to get, you know the line.
I do. So tonight, I believe we can do this in presentation in well under 30 minutes. It's an update to show you a timeline of what we've accomplished since we adopted the standard and just the things we've done along the way. And also, while we're in there, we'll point out some upgrades and some neat stuff that we've done within our network and architecture as well.
I'd recommend minimum of an hour, maybe no more than an hour, I should say. I think you might have questions. And council starts at 6, maybe if you want to be in at 5.
I like a little buffer if it's going to be an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
4:30? Okay.
Yeah, that's.
4:30?
Yeah.
So 4:30 in advance of our next council meeting?
I see our city clerk's office.
We have a CRA scheduled.
Okay. For that next council? So it can be the one after then. Or earlier.
We're gonna spend the day here.
Who's bringing dinner?
I'm that's a good point. I'm indifferent. If it's not urgent.
Do July.
Yeah, it is not urgent.
Are we planning any workshops?
We will be planning a workshop on the agenda if you want to schedule one for later this month. But this item, again, is not urgent. You can do it in July if you want, in advance of that meeting.
But July, last year, we were very heavily involved with budget, even though we were having budget meetings. We still had discussions in our, that season was really busy. So do we want to push that far?
Maybe the sooner the better. The most convenient sooner time we can.
Well, if the CRA is at 5 and we want to buffer there, and we're thinking 3:30 at this point? 3:30 to 4:30? I mean, that's, Councilmember Willis asked who was bringing lunch or dinner.
Pizza for all.
I have no problem with the earlier day, that day.
I'm fine with it as well. And to count Mayor Pro Tem Jackson's point, budget, we know that time of year, it kind of consumes.
Yeah, so the sooner the better. Let's just do it and get it out of the way.
Yeah.
We already have to be here at 5. We're going to be getting ready early to do that, so
The date of the next meeting, third Tuesday, what is that?
16th June.
So we're thinking 3:30 on the 16th to 4:30 potentially. With this, that's the first meeting. The second meeting on that same day would be from 5 to, I guess, 6. Or at least we need to be stopped by 6 because our council meeting would be the third one that day. Council, do we have any issue with that? A closed session security meeting at 3:30, a CRA meeting at 5, and a regular city council meeting at 6. I don't mind it. Works for me.
Works for me.
No rush. Councilmember Shorey, I can see you checking your calendar.
I'm fine too.
You're good? Yep. Okay. Well, how about a motion?
I'll make a motion, we schedule a cybersecurity meeting for Tuesday, June 16th at 3:30.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson to schedule a closed cybersecurity meeting on June 16th at 3:30 PM. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. All right, meeting is scheduled by vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes Manager's Matters.
That is great. Okay, so that takes us through items 7.1 through 7.5. scheduled 2 meetings out of that, and we are now at item number 8, which is our consent agenda. We have 8.1, which is to approve or correct the following minutes. We have March 17th, 2026 City Council regular meeting and the April 21st, 2026 City Council regular meeting minutes. Are there any issues or amendments or changes to those minutes? If not, we're looking for a motion to approve as written.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Shoryak. Approve item 8.1. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. Okay. Consent agenda item 8.1 consisting of the March 17th and April 21st, 2026 minutes were approved 5-0 by the council. Takes us now on to our list of items for action. Tonight we've got 6 items for action. The first item is 9.1, which is the bid protest 2026-01 Fillmore Avenue reconstruction, a response and award. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a motion to consider the city manager's written decision sustaining the bid protest filed by Massey General Contractor Incorporated regarding bid number 2026-1, and to approve that recommendation to rescind the prior council award dated April 21st and award that contract to Massey General Contractor Incorporated. This was a process that the city went through during the months of March and April, to which Massey General Contractor Incorporated protested the award, and we subsequently sustained that protest. And representative from Massey General Contractors in the audience today. We recommend again that the council accept the decision to sustain that bid protest, award the contract to Massey General, and rescind it to Gibbs and Register.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, City Manager. Council, are there any questions for city staff at this time before entertaining a motion?
I have a question, Mayor. Is
Yes.
this item number 9.3?
9.1.
9.1?
Yes,
Okay. My mistake. Thank you.
that's okay. As the city manager said on the agenda cover sheet, the motion is written out there, and city manager recommends the city council to take the following action. So the motion, checking with our city attorney, would be in line that to accept the city manager's written decision sustaining the bid protest filed by Massey General Contractor regarding bid number 2026-01. And then we continue to, all in one motion, approve the recommendation to rescind the prior council award dated April 21st, 2026, and award the contract to Massey General Contractor. Reading that entire recommended action is the appropriate motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful, thank you. Council, if there's no questions this time, we can do a motion and discuss after the motion further.
I'll make a motion that we accept the city manager's recommendation.
And I'll second that.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember King to accept the city manager's recommendation as written and read. Any further discussion at this time?
I really want to discuss this. How much information do you want to get into this? Because, I want to make sure that our existing engineer, that was the engineer on this project, provides the information that we need during the process, because I feel like some of that was not provided. I put a lot of trust in that engineer, And then there was questions about the projects that they were giving as recommendation. And so I would love to see some improvement in this process when we go out to bid with an engineer and making recommendations for us as council, including vetting some of the projects, ensuring that there aren't any kind of legal issues, ensuring that the recommendations that are being put in place are sound recommendations, because we're relying upon all of this information as council. And truly, if we are going to have to look at it to that level, depth of the project, then we can't bring it to council and, give it to us on a Wednesday and have us research it in a week. That's not going to happen. So I want safeguards in place that the information that I'm receiving is valid and a sound recommendation, both with the projects that were listed by the engineer and also with any legal highlights that we may need.
I think it would be, as far as procedure, we have this in front of us, and those areas that you outlined to address moving forward, we should absolutely, especially if we are going to continue presidential streets. This is one of 17. I think we could get in front of if the council decides to move forward and maybe do a run through of those procedures and get on the same page so that we can, I think, address those concerns. Councilmember Willis?
After discussions with the city manager, I believe that's already underway.
That's great.
And that's wonderful. There are a couple of things, that I had asked him in regards to the engineer and, things about code and statutes and that type of thing. And when you're an engineer and you're selling to many different municipalities, every municipality's code can be different based on what they have legislatively enacted. And we need to make sure that those safeguards are put into place where we know they're looking at our code and when they make a recommendation to us. Otherwise, why are we even paying an engineer? Or at least that's how I feel. And it doesn't make me feel good about decisions when I don't have the proper information. And I feel like at this point I didn't have the proper information. So I look forward to what you have, city manager, as far as actions that we can take to ensure that we're not in this position again. And what we need to do to ensure that code and statute and all of these things are, embraced during the process, so that we will have sound information for every decision, and especially going forward with these presidential streets, because they're not cheap.
No, they're not.
Yes, they're right.
That's all I have.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second on the floor. We're under discussion. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. I think that's more moving forward and taking this opportunity today to recognize that. I think we will stay in front of it. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none? Just wanted to make sure, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, I didn't want to rush you. Was there anything else?
No, but I'm going to say this one thing, and then it will be, my answer will be no. This will be my last statement.
Sure.
When we looked at this package for the Fillmore Avenue, the design package, the bid package, and construction services were $298,000. So it's very important to me, as someone that's one of 5 of this council, where we're wanting to ensure that our citizens' money is being handled correctly, that we get the services from every vendor that we are contracting for. So I'm a little punchy about that tonight. So now, that will be my last statement, Mayor.
No, yes, contract administration is important, and the modern city uses it more than ever. So, no, that's excellent. Thank you. Hearing no more comments or discussion on the item, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. Let the record show, item 9.1, the bid protest 2020-601 Fillmore Avenue Reconstruction Response and Award, stated in the motion, adopted 5-0. Thank you.
So, Mayor, we do have a representative from Massey General Contractor, if you'd like to offer her the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, hi, good evening, council members. Leticia Massey Ferreira, Massey General Contractor. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to show you our work, and we look forward to working with the city, and we'll show you the great contractor that we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, we are going on to item 9.2, which is Stormwater Master Plan. The proposed motion to consider the approval of the updated Stormwater Master Plan as prepared by Applied Ecology Incorporated. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So in 2003, the city established a stormwater utility to fund stormwater projects. And in 2016, the city prepared a stormwater master plan through the help of Allen Engineering Incorporated to develop a strategy for improving the management and treatment of stormwater. We have now updated that plan with the assistance of Applied Ecology, and we have Tim Carlisle and a representative from Applied Ecology here today. And Laura Gandy, if she'd like to come forward, whoever is going to answer questions, if you have any. The action that we're recommending the council to take is to approve the updated stormwater master plan.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Do you want me to say anything? Does the council have any members or
If you
questions
choose.
or anything like that?
I think we obviously have the updated plan here in front of us.
So, a little bit of background on stormwater master plans. Really, the premise behind this is driven by something called Basin Management Action Plans that are implemented by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I don't know how familiar the council is with those. Basically, they're developed for any impaired water bodies, which are, perfect example is the Banana River Lagoon, which the state has deemed is impaired for nutrients, which are nitrogen and phosphorus. So each of the governing entities that have adjacent properties that contribute runoff or any pollutant loads to the water bodies are assigned a total reduction, a reduction of nitrogen and phosphorus. Obviously, City of Cape Canaveral is one of those, and the Stormwater Master Plan really is trying to assist the city in identifying projects. Part of the benefit of the city having a Stormwater Master Plan is in pursuit of grants. If there's any water quality grants that the city would like to pursue, one of the major questions that the granting agencies ask is it a CIP project? When you have a stormwater master plan that's been adopted by the council, that is the avenue that says, yes, the council has already approved this, that we're ready to move forward with this project. So with these types of projects, it will also assist in, water quality improvements. Obviously, that's been a major issue here since 2011. We had a major algae bloom. Then 2016, I don't know if any of you all were here at the time, we had the major fish kill in the Banana River. So really this project plan is intended to outline projects that give the city the best bang for their buck in terms of cost per pound of nutrient reduction. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about it.
I have some questions.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Thank you so much for the work on this. I found this absolutely fascinating as I went through it. I drove our capital improvements projects director a little bit insane in his office there, Tim. Spent the afternoon with him discussing it. When you look at for council's benefit, when you look at page 8 of this diagram, which is the figure 2 drainage subbasin for the IRL within the city of Cape Canaveral. One thing that I found interesting, and our capital improvements project director told me that the pond up at the north end of town, the northeast end of town, that there are stormwater features built into that area. However, as you go down the beach, you'll see at the beachfront and some of the oceanfront condos are not included in those basins. However, some of them do have drainage over into the stormwater management system. Then when you go down to the next figure 3, that shows the spatial disconnect between the city provided drainage basins and the swill drainage basins. Would you please give us as council some information on what the difference is there and why we have this one, the spatial disconnect between the swill and the city provided basins?
Yeah, so just a little bit of background. So the city-provided basins are the delineated basins that were provided by the city, and I believe these were used in the 2014 plan, correct? Okay.
And it's page 9. You're one more page down. Thank you, City Clerk's office. Yep, right there.
Yep,
I
right
believe
there.
is those
Yes,
two.
that's
So the mustard-colored yellow is really the old basins, and the swill basins, that is the model basins that the state has used to identify the loading associated with the BMAP contributions. So these came straight from the swill model. This is probably something that the city needs to work with the state on to adjust the easternmost delineations of the swill model. I can't say for certain that the state is going to say, yes, you're right, we'll go ahead and move the basin or the basin boundaries to the east. But I think that's something that needs to happen. The city's going to need to coordinate with the state on how these boundaries are delineated here.
Thank you so much for that. As I've gone through this, I've had a couple of questions. That was one of them. And just so council and everyone knows that I was really impressed with a document that Tim worked very diligently on that identified all the swells in our city on private property as well as city swells so that we know where water is collecting. And that becomes a big thing if you're looking at trying to control flooding. If you don't know where those swells are, you don't know where you might have problems if they overflow. Also, if they're not maintained. So that's one thing. Then when you go down, let me get to the next one. We're past page 10. And we're going down and taking a look at some of the charts that you have in here. When you look at Appendix B, which is on page 12, you notice the B2A area is where the nutrient loading is the biggest problem. And when you look at that area, that is our R1 area. The majority of it is a residential 1 zone. There are some that are residential 2, but it's not necessarily high-density properties. It's more residential when you look at it on the map. And so those, I worked with our city, well, I'm just going to say Tim. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm not formal enough. To identify where these flow out. And they do flow out to the Banana River. Past the Canaveral ditch and that sort of thing. But as you can see, we have a large area that nutrient loading is really, really heavy. And as we look at what our projections are for where we need to be in 2035, you know, whatever improvements we can make in that area of red, and those areas that are listed as concern areas are important to me if we're looking at really wanting to clean up the lagoon. And so when you go down and look, it identifies actually B2A, B2B, B2C, and B4B as problem areas as you look through your documentation. This is on page 13. It starts going down and you see where some of the nutrient loading is in those red areas. So, but when you see the charts, there's some existing charts down here, if I haven't missed it yet, that gives us, nope, I might have gone too far, just one moment, let me look, that gives us those zones that are the heaviest, and that B2A zone that we discussed prior was where a huge amount of nutrients are coming out. There's a chart in here that gave us that information. So as we look at that area, that's also the area that has the least opportunity to do anything to it, as far, because it's private property.
Yeah, and that's not uncommon to see that where the highest loading is typically your most developed area. That's not uncommon. Where you have the most impervious surface is always tied to where there's the most development, most residential, most commercial, so on and so forth. So that's not uncommon.
And so when you go down and look at the page 23, you'll see another figure, figure 12, that defines some of the BMP locations that they've investigated for looking at, you know, things that can be done. And so there's a lot of detail in this, and I highly recommend taking some time to go through it. I really spent a lot of time on it. I drove, first I was driving our city manager crazy over it, and then he got me to an expert. And then I drove him crazy a bit on it. But I think that as we look at attacking stormwater, looking at attacking how we handle our nutrients and cleanup of what is expected for the projected dates within this, that if we aren't looking at all of these things and trying to be very creative on what we can do in that red zone, we're going to really be spinning our wheels. So,
and
having said all of that, will you please expound on that?
Yeah, so the other thing that I would just like to add here is, you know, the state has set forth milestones for each of the entities. You know, they have the 2025 milestones, which I believe it was 30% of the total. Then they have a 2030, and then they have a 2035 is where everyone's supposed to be done. They're supposed to hit all their nutrient reduction loads by 2035. I do want to point out that the city has they've exceeded the 2025 milestones. Not a lot of local governments have done that. It's no small undertaking to implement successful stormwater projects. And as anyone who's involved in any kind of capital improvement projects related to well, I shouldn't say just related to stormwater, because all construction is ridiculously expensive right now. But the types of stormwater projects that you have to build now to really garner significant load reduction value, they're really expensive. So planning now for the next 8 years is critically important, because just like you were talking about, the residential streets projects they're ridiculously expensive. You know, these green stormwater infrastructure projects, which is essentially what you really have to implement, they cost a lot of money and they take a while to plan. There's a lot of engineering, design, coordination, and permitting, along with, you know, the construction component. So.
And that is another thing. Thank you so much for saying that, because I have a note further down in this discussion that I had. We have really accomplished a lot on stormwater, and it shows in this. There is actually a section, and I'm scrolling through it looking for it now, that gives the list of projects and the accomplishments that the city has had. But until the water's clean and the nutrients are balanced and we've got that all taken care of, is something we have to keep working on. And we do have requirements that are coming up that are projected.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
I have a question. Mayor, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Willis, I think was.
Oh, I'm
just a
sorry.
second.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Next, I'll jump over there.
Thank you for the report. I understand you were hired to study Cape Canaveral. What is the impact of the county properties adjacent to us, unincorporated areas that are adjacent to some of these high-impact nutrient levels? How is that affecting us? Are we having to deal with that? Are they having to come up with the same requirements that we are?
So there's two parts to that answer there. So the answer is, are they impacting you? The answer is yes. Anyone who is an entity that contributes to the Banana River is impacting everyone else who is a contributing entity. Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, Satellite Beach, the Cape, the Air Force Station, unincorporated Brevard. Brevard County does have an allocation that they're required, a load reduction allocation they're required to meet within the Banana River. I don't know exactly how the state identifies that. I believe they identify it through the SWIL modeling for the unincorporated county properties that contribute loading to the Banana River.
Well, if you look at any one of your charts, you'll see a cutout, Avon by the Sea, which is between our southernmost area along the Banana River and the beach. Are they going to have a similar report to show their nutrient load?
So the way the SWIL modeling works and the way that the BMAP development has worked, there's a basin-wide SWIL model where there's all these different, very similar to the basins you see within the city of Cape Canaveral. There's basins delineated adjacent to and all throughout the Banana River Lagoon system. So the short answer to that is yes, that the county does have a requirement to reduce loads. Does that mean they're going to implement projects right next to Cape Canaveral? I don't know. Brevard County has their own stormwater master plan. So whether that incorporates, right down the road from you, I don't really know. It really depends. And typically the way entities will approach these is everyone's looking for the best bang for their buck. So whoever can, the cheapest project with the most pounds of nitrogen and phosphorus removed is what everyone wants to achieve, or is really what everyone's looking for.
Right. Well, I'm looking at, is there any way the county can help us in a certain area of the city? If their nutrients are flowing through our city, we're having to deal with it on our western boundary.
Yeah, I don't know without looking at the SWIL model if that is what the model shows.
Right.
They try to geographically delineate the boundaries so there's no, Brevard County's dumping, 1,000 pounds a year of nitrogen into the city of Cape Canaveral system, and that's the city's problem now. So,
Yeah. Well, I don't want it to be the city's problem.
Understood.
Okay.
And just in addition to what Councilmember Willis was saying, page 5 gives the targeted reductions for those different areas around us, some of that. So they do have some responsibility as well. It'd be great to understand exactly what you were saying, Councilmember Willis, whether things are being done on the other side of the river, because, you're not going to clean just what's lapping at our shore, so it'd be nice to know that.
Councilmember King?
Thank you. On page 25, you have this chart, and it shows the different project sites and how much cost benefit yearly in terms of pounds of, I guess it's to filter and percolate the water through. The last one on this chart is Buchanan and Orange, vacant lot. It's right across the street from where I live. And it's about to be developed. What happens when that's developed? That's going to take away all of that percolation and permeability. There are several townhouses going in there, and I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of concrete poured And I'm wondering, how will that affect us? And what is being done to mitigate that?
So that particular site was chosen as an empty parcel that is a potential prospect for this could be turned into a stormwater treatment system. So if that lot is being developed at this point, that project is essentially off the table.
Right. Well, that was my question, because when I saw it in here, I thought, that I know that the permits have been pulled for that already. So it's off the table.
Yes.
Yeah. And how will that affect everything else? In your planning of how to divert water, how to handle what, because Orange Avenue and Buchanan sometimes floods.
What's that? Yeah. So, well, I mean, essentially that project would come out of the list as a top priority from where we sit. So, Tim, do you want to expand on that?
So as Walker said earlier, the city's always been very aggressive and proactive about stormwater management, total nitrogen and phosphorus removal. We've been very aggressive about it. We've also been aggressive about dealing with flooding issues. And I understand what you're saying about the Buchanan Orange. If a project comes off the list, if it's not able to be done anymore, if it ends up being on private property, which were the original BMAP ended up being, a lot of parcels on, a lot of areas on private property, we just kind of write them off, but we always look for new areas that it might not be in this plan. This plan gives us a good outlook on what we can expect to look for and doing future projects. But for this typical area, if it ends up, and that's the problem that Cape Canaveral is seeing right now, we're seeing landlock. We're seeing where all these parcels of land are being bought up and impervious areas are being put in those lots. So Walker's task was to try to find as many empty lots as possible down from the beginning of the treatment train. It's called a treatment train. I can go into I can get in depth, but I don't want to too much, because I'll end up being here till midnight. I love stormwater, so yeah, absolutely. Okay. But you want to be close to the end of the treatment train. That way, you're getting the TN and the TP taken care of, like Councilmember Pro Tem Kay Jackson was mentioning. That's when you start being able to do a little bit more TN and TP reduction, like taking it out before it goes out to the Banana River Lagoon. In this case, though, we would look for anything from underground stormwater chambers to additional areas, lots, anything that we can find. I know I've had a conversation with a couple council members here about some empty lots that are very big potentials that could really set us to that 2035 mark, which I'm excited about, because like I said, we're very aggressive when it comes to stormwater. And I have to toot our horn as the city of Cape Canaveral, because we are actually above everybody in Brevard County when it comes to TN and TP reduction with credits. So I'm very proud of the city, and I'm very proud of what we've done. So
I think that answers my question.
okay, sorry. I'm very passionate when it comes to stormwater. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember King, was there anything else at this time? Councilmember Shoriat? So just a couple of comments. The TN, TP, and thank you again. I think one thing that I noticed is when we look at the 2025, 2035, or 2025, 2030, and 2035, if I understand you, we have hit our 2025. We're obviously in 2026. We have not hit 2030. We're working towards hitting 2030. And our numbers today, according to our capital projects director, are higher than from a, I guess, credit standpoint. As Councilmember King pointed out, when one of those prospective sites comes off and it's going to be private development, that basically puts higher demand on the other properties, right? And so this total number, if I understand, that's set on page 5 for those 2025, 2030, and 2030, those are calculated and based. And so Councilmember King brought up when new development comes, that's a vacant lot, does that change the total numbers or the demands for the area? Does that increase, or is that kind of a fixed number based on the soil?
So, and when you say, so when a new parcel is developed, let me make sure I'm rephrasing this correctly, because I think I understand what you're asking. When we have the Buchanan and Orange lot, it was pervious before, it becomes developed, all of a sudden, it's generating more runoff.
Yes.
So as far as the BMAP is concerned, when they update the model, which they are rolling out, have they rolled out the new updates yet? The model updates? I don't think they've released them to the public. I know the modeling is done. That will change.
Okay.
Will it increase? Yes, it will. So the more impervious area that you add to, you will typically see an increase in nitrogen and phosphorus reduction. Now, in the case of the Buchanan Orange lot, it's a quarter-acre lot. It's so small, its contribution will be very minimal. But they look at it on a basin, a more macro scale. So they start looking at pervious versus impervious, and it changes over time. So yes, it will increase the load.
And do you know how many times they update the model?
They are just getting ready to release a new model update. The modeling is complete. I don't think they've rolled it out to any of the entities, like any of the cities or, Brevard County or anything like that.
Okay.
But yes.
So these numbers on page 5, those will all change?
Those will likely change. That is correct.
The one thing I noticed that 2025 we hit, when we look at the total nitrogen and total phosphorus, TNTP, for 2025 to 2030, it's almost doubles. It's a big, we got a lot of work to do.
Right.
But to go from 2030, that 5-year increment, same amount, it's a much more achievable goal. It's nominal increase. And so when we hit 2035, seems to be rough eye 80-90% of the way. And so that last tail end is going to be, am I reading that correctly, assuming there's no major changes?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last question is TNTP, as our Mayor Pro Tem Jackson's pointing out, there's 2 maps where you see the red area on page 12 with the nitrogen in the B2A zone, page 12, all red. And then when I flip the page to page 13, why is total nitrogen such a smaller impact than total phosphorus?
So it's really the color coding.
Yeah.
I think what you will typically see is, and it is tied to also the amount of impervious area. The more impervious area, the more significant the contribution of total phosphorus than total nitrogen.
Okay.
Phosphorus typically finds its way to the river in particulate matter. So anything that runs off of an impervious surface, little granules of sand, the phosphorus binds up in that, ends up in the stormwater system, makes its way to the river. So that's why you see a more significant red area for the total phosphorus.
Okay. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions at this time?
I think we ought to have a class on this.
Yes.
You can spend a lot of time
Mayor
trying
Pro
to...
Tem will drive you crazy. But her own proclaim.
I
Tim
have
looks healthy
driven,
and fine. Our city manager looks okay. I don't think you'd.
I loved science up until the dissecting the frog thing that I paid my lab partner. I would like to make a motion to accept this stormwater plan update.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis to accept this stormwater master plan update. Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, city clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. Item 9.2, accepted 5-0, the stormwater master plan update. Thank you again. Really fascinating.
Thank you
and
all for your
helpful.
time. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Yep, that's how I feel. So, okay, we are now on to 9.3. Council, let's just take a quick break here. So whenever we get back at 5-10 minutes, we're at 8:18, and so I think try to get back before 8:30 if possible. Yeah, we're doing good. So we'll come back and take up item 9.3, which means we got 4 more. So reconvene shortly. righty, we'll reconvene the meeting. It is 8:34 PM. Call the meeting back to order. We are now on item 9.3, which is the Stormwater Education and Outreach Interlocal Agreement.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
In 2011, the Stormwater Education and Outreach Program was created in our county to provide a consistent image, messaging, and branding for stormwater education, outreach, and marketing, while also meeting certain government mandated standards. And so we are a part of a consortium. Tonight's agenda item is to approve the Fourth Amendment of this agreement, which allows for the rejoining of the city of Satellite Beach to this consortium. And this is a consortium that all of us pay money into, and again, the purpose for this is to provide outreach and education throughout the county. And we have Tim Carlisle on hand, should you have any questions.
Great, council. Thank you, city manager. Any questions? I'll just say that the proposed motion is to consider the approval of the Fourth Amendment.
That's correct.
To the existing interlocal agreement for stormwater education and outreach with Brevard County, and authorize city manager to execute the same. So, as city manager said, if we have any questions on the interlocal agreement, for Capital Projects Director Tim Carlisle here. And
I have a question.
yes, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Okay, so we put in 6,000 into the group out of our stormwater, and this does outreach and training and that sort of thing. So when a new city jumps in, do they put in any kind of initial investment, since we've been paying this, you know?
Yeah, so the way this works, and this is really cool, is through the NPDES MS4, we have requirements to keep our stormwater permit up to date. Within those elements, we have stormwater outreach as one of the elements. The county has gotten all the cities together to kind of have everybody pitch in through I guess one of their sources for stormwater outreach, whether it be for adults or children, Friday Fest, and then we kind of put money towards it. And each quarter we either have a meeting, or each biannually we have a meeting, and at the end they give us they end up, I think it's Spark Tide. I always forget their name. Lagoon Loyal was the previous one. For the last, I think, 3 years, it changed over to Spark Tide. The amounts don't change whether cities drop out or get back in. It helps fulfill our MS4 permit. It helps with our public outreach where we can't reach out to those entities. I'm not sure if that answered your question. I probably got off topic.
That does answer my question. Because, you know, if we've been paying for these things all along and they're just jumping in with no contribution, that's what I was curious about, how they transition someone into that role.
Right.
So they'll have their turn.
Yeah, they'll have to end up paying the county. Well, it goes through the county. They just pay the county, and then the county pays Spark Tide. And then they sign an agreement. I changed ours not too long ago, and I might have to change again and bring it back next time we sign up a new agreement. Due to us losing the school, we did a lot of, Spark Tide did a lot of things with the kids at school. Me and Laura also have actually gone to the school in person and put on a huge presentation for all the kids. But we will end up trying to find another way to be able to reach the public.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you, and I'm not being a Weisenheimer, but I understood Lagoon Loyal. And will you enunciate? It sounds like you're saying Spark Plug or something. So please tell me that name.
It's Spark Tide. T-I-D. Yeah, Spark Tide.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have no clue. They were Lagoon Loyal for a long, long time, and I'm not sure if they merged with Spark Tide or if Spark Tide, was just a better candidate. But I tell you what, and it's very impressive if you guys want at any time, I would love to show you the reports they give us at the end of the year of what they've done for the city. The public outreach, how many hours they put into it, how many participants were there. It's a beautiful report. But if we're ever audited by the DEP with our stormwater, which actually we're getting ready to be, we have that to give them and say, this is where we've outreached in public, and it helps us.
That is fantastic. It looks like Satellite Beach is the amendment, right? Adding them on?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they weren't on there or if they backed out at any point in time, but we're just adding, I should say, they are just adding them back in, the county is. So they have to do an amendment on the original agreement.
And their portion is in here, $4,618.35. Looks like it's kind of proportional to the size of each city.
Sure. And how much outreach they want.
Okay. For our section, it says, if to Cape Canaveral such notice, has our two city managers ago, former, is that an administrative amendment that we should make to change it to our city manager, Keith Touchberry? That's David L. Green. I guess it's going to arrive at, well, I don't even think we have 105 Polk Avenue anymore, but that's small.
Is this one of the attachments? Or?
Page 4.
It's an attachment. It's historical.
Oh, so that's been amended. Okay. All right. Any other questions on the interlocal agreement? Look, we can discuss further the motion as written to approve it, the Fourth Amendment.
I'll make the motion.
Oh, second.
Got a motion by Councilmember King, a second by Councilmember Willis to approve the Fourth Amendment to the existing interlocal agreement for stormwater education outreach with Brevard County and authorize the city manager. That is the motion. Just
That
to
is the
confirm.
motion, thank you. I'm sorry.
No, we're good.
Yes.
Any further discussion at this time?
None?
Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, 4. Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4. Record show 9.3 is approved 5-0 on the interlocal agreement as stated and written. Now moving on to item number 9.4, Beach End Paid Parking Program Schedule Vendor Workshop. The proposed motion is to consider a date and time to hold a preferred workshop to discuss paid parking. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item has come before the council before several years ago about paid parking, and this is not a repeat of that item. This is, technology has advanced in such a way that we don't need old-fashioned parking meters, buried into the ground. And so Tim Carlisle and Laura Gandy have been the lead on this project. The purpose of this presentation is to go over with the council the work that we've done to, sift through the number of parking enforcement systems that are out there and to make a recommendation on one system in particular. They have a short presentation to give you. We have some data, local data to share with you, and to just get some guidance from the council on having a workshop so that you can hear from this vendor in particular and invite the public to attend that workshop so they understand all the ins and outs of what it is that we are attempting to accomplish. And I think it's important to note before we get started that this does not happen overnight. We don't start charging people to park tomorrow. There's a process that we'll have to go through as a municipality. We first have to select a parking management management vendor. We then have to educate the community on what it is we're going to do. We have to erect signs that indicate, where the parking is and how you have to pay. We will issue notices to people so they understand. There can be some registration that we'll do. We also, most importantly, have to promulgate an ordinance, which will take at least 2 months to do. And we do not anticipate paid parking rolling out officially until sometime October 1st at the earliest. It's going to take us time as a city to get there. So there's plenty of time to hear from the community. There's plenty of time for the community to speak up and listen and share information and weigh in on the matter. And with that, I'll ask Tim and Laura to take over. We do have a presentation if the clerk can put it up on the screen.
So Laura has worked very hard on this. I'm going to let her take over the presentation, but I just want to give a real brief just update. Back in 2022, 2021, 2022, this was brought to my attention with the previous city manager at the time, and I had dug really deep into all this. I had actually put a memo together. It was a 2-page memo with the whole history of how everything went down back in the day when they bought all the meters, put them in back at Public Works, and then had to turn around at a last vote and sell them all back to the actual vendor. I'm not going to get into too much on the amounts of money that my jaw dropped on, but I tell you what, like City Manager Keith Touchberry just touched on, electronics have come a long ways. Things have come a long ways. There's no need for infrastructure anymore that's ungodly and big and bulky, and there's no need for numbers on pavements anymore. It's very simple with signage. So with that, I'm going to give it over to, and I'm hoping when we do vote on a workshop, a lot of your questions can be answered. A lot of discussions can be had with the public as well as you guys. So I'm really excited about this. And Laura, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'll just go through this pretty brief. If you can, is there a clicker or something? This? Thank you. Sorry, first time doing a presentation up here. Okay, so as Tim mentioned previously, the city has looked into the paid parking at the beach ends. During that time, it was more of a traditional parking with meters and physical pay stations. Since then, like the city manager mentioned, there's the parking technology has advanced significantly with more of a modern approach with mobile payment, virtual payments, license plate-based enforcement, and lower maintenance operations. Due to the parking demand and resident access concerns, the opportunity to better manage public parking resources, staff decided to revisit it. As mentioned, we decided to discuss paid parking again due to some resident concerns regarding parking availability, the increased demand during holidays, launches, and special events, and the opportunity to create new revenue for the city. BCSO did some parking data for us from the timeframe of August, March, and April of the 16 beach ends, totaling 205 parking spaces. And it showed that there was a significant amount of out-of-state and out-of-county registered parkers who came into town. There was only about 6% of actual Cape Canaveral registered. So we conducted comprehensive review of the available paid parking solutions and identified several vendors that we looked at, and we evaluated their platforms and kind of went through what the city needs as far as, you know, the capabilities we were looking for: equipment, software, enforcement. And we went through T2 Systems, Passport, Park Mobile, Flowbird, Honk Mobile. And these are some of the things that we were looking for: you know, mobile payment, pay by plate, back office management, real-time analytics, license plate recognition, collections, and we were really looking for a turnkey company. And that brings me to the T2 Systems. They have they're the ones that would like to do the presentation. They have everything we were looking for in that previous chart, and they even offer collections as far as where, DMV, they'll get all into that with their workshop. But we'd like to, sorry, this is a little spreadsheet they put together for us to, I believe they went off of Hollywood's paid parking to give us an example of what the revenue we could possibly see in year 1, 2, and 3 if we were to charge $250 an hour. And these are the available dates we have for a workshop with T2 Systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember King.
Thank you. Do you have any figures on what neighboring Cocoa Beach is charging for their parking?
I believe Tim did that research, but we don't have it here with us right now.
Okay.
We did reach out to many of the other cities in Brevard to kind of compare what they're charging and what they've made, yearly. So.
Right. I did note that on Young Avenue in Cocoa Beach, right by the pier, there is paid parking there, and there was a sign that said $6 per hour.
Right.
I mean, this is considerably lower than $6 per hour.
So where they did their data, that previous chart for us, thank you, was for, I know it's Hollywood. I'm not sure if it's city, county, whatever, but they charge $250 an hour. They weren't sure, and we are not sure yet exactly if we were to implement this, what we would charge. So he did a low basis for us to see the minimum of kind of what we would make yearly based on our parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
If you guys want, if you can email me like any questions that you have about any of this that we might have, what I'll do is during the workshop, we'll let T2 do their presentation, but I'll try to gather all the information that you're curious about. I know I've done a map through my Google Maps that shows pretty much every single city on the East Coast in Brevard County that charges, all the way from Playa Linda all the way down to Melbourne Beach. Everybody, the only person that doesn't charge at the beach now is Brevard County. Everybody else is on some kind of pay system. So with that being said, I've done the work of finding out how much are they, charging. Do they give yearly passes, stuff like that. So if you guys want to know any of that information, I have it at my hands, and we can get it for you and have it for that workshop.
I would. Oh, I was just going to say.
A point of information, let me city attorney, one of our resident citizens say point of information. What's the procedure for that, if you don't mind?
When staff's done with their presentation, you can entertain public input.
Mr. Sidamani, it's a recommendation of city attorney, once staff's finished, if you would come up after.
Point of information from any meeting.
Yeah. Staff's in the middle of the presentation, and if you have public comment, you can offer it to the council after the presentation. No?
Okay, I'll research that again.
Okay.
You will be heard. Thank you.
I'm going to be
Thank you. I'll just go back to the last slide, and this is the end of the presentation. This is just basically giving council some dates to select from for this public workshop. We've got May 26th, May 27th, the 28th, 29th, and June 9th, whichever works best for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. One quick question, and I know that's not what today's about. Today, if I understand, is just YT2, the chart with all the check boxes, is my understanding of, hey, turnkey service provider. They checked literally a lot of the boxes, if not all of them, that we valued based on staff's presentation. Thank you so much for Well, you see us trying to figure out dates up here, so that slide's very expedient. The next slide with the numbers, the financials, I just got one question.
Right.
Expenses in that second, that year one is a one-time capital outlay of roughly 24,000, right?
Right.
And then in that same first year, I would imagine there's a 13,000. So is it right to say that like year one would be 36, 37,000?
Yeah,
And then
so
13?
apologies because this, we had a meeting with them after this presentation was put together, and we discussed this expense report right here is based on 3 L2 or LPR, I'm probably saying them wrong, devices. And
Okay.
we've decided that we only need one as a smaller city. So that brings the price down significantly. So the expenses year one was basically implementation, and then the annual recurring expenses is going to be what's recurring annually. So our first, second, and third year will be the 13,000, but I believe with just the one device now, it's under 20,000 total for the 3 years.
Correct.
Yes.
Just under
Okay.
20,000.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is high level. Things
Yeah.
change, needs change, but I just wanted to understand that, so thank you. Are there any other questions of the staff presentation? If not, I would like to go to the public and let Ms. Visdomini speak. Good. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Tim. Ms. Visdomini, point of information heard. Thank you. Come forward, take your time.
The point of information I'm requesting
Just,
is,
well, make sure we can, if you don't mind, Ms. Visdomini,
being we're
speak
putting
into the
up
record.
being we're discussing the parking on our beachside streets, oceanfront streets, can we also address that we're parking on the wrong side of the street? Our parking should be, we're coming down Lincoln Avenue, you should be parking on the right, not on the left. And it's on most of the streets in our city. I think it's incorrect. So if somebody else wants to look it up, I've researched this a couple of times, I've discussed it many times. Being we're going to be looking at improving our city, I think this might be something to improve it. Let's get from in St. Augustine, and we have this kind of parking, and I'm driving down the street. I don't cut across to go on the other side. I park on the same side I'm driving down.
Are you saying where the beach and parking is now, that it's,
Yeah, you're cutting across traffic.
okay, I see.
You're
Not-
supposed to park on the same side that you're driving.
Right. So
That being said,
eastbound
well,
needs
how are they going to turn around? Oh, but they can turn around another way? No. Let's
Right.
get the parking on the right side of the street. If we're fixing our city, making a more walkable, bikeable city, can we get our parking right? All right? Can we get our parking right? And then we need like a path to where the beach crossover is. Okay, so we're parking on the wrong side. Let's start with, if we're going to put the meters in, or not meters, excuse me, we're going to pay for parking, let's get it on the correct side of the street. That's all. That was my point of information. We were doing this, and we're going to have to do it again. Thank you.
Mr. Carl, I'll see you writing over there. That's, I think, a good question, and just to take it a step further, it is the time, if there is any reconfiguration with this model, if we're going to model it and look at it and see what the opportunity is to get that right. And assuming there was changes, I think we'd have to factor that in as initial cost if there was restriping needed or anything, but hey, that is the time to do it. So thank you very much.
When I purchased my house in 89, the parking was on the right. Then it moved the parking to the other side.
Thank you. The record showed Ms. Visadomini said that when she moved here in '89, it's Lincoln Avenue, the parking was on the left, and now it's on the right. So thank you. Just want to make sure we got it in the record.
Opposite, it's on the left, it was on the right.
She said it wasn't.
Boy, we're tangled now.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I misstated that. The opposite. So what we have today is just introducing potential next steps. My comments here and following up with the presentation and our city manager, and it really not to. The one thing that happened in the past it was a procedural misstep, right? There's the 2 votes had not the first reading. At some point, either after or before the second and final reading, a purchase was made. And it should have been, that's my understanding, second and final reading, that's history, that purchase wasn't made. We heard our city manager talk about procedure, and I think that's the way we're gonna get in front of something like that happening again.
Yes.
And the investment, the things that we would need to do, right, are a lot less significant for the technology improvements that we have today. Recognizing Mr. Weitzfeld, and he is not alone. We know that there are several residents in this community that share the way he feels, and I get it. I think if we do anything right, let's make sure we got procedure down, that we can, no matter what decision is, we said no because we had strong public input, or we said yes after strong public input. To map that out at a high level, it sounds like we're going to need, at a minimum, this workshop, and we'll get, I think, to one of those dates. That's sort of an introductory meeting. That would be open to the public, so we'd want residents, I think, to get here for that. Great opportunity. And I just want to do not that I'm desiring to move fast, but just for efficiency, is if it was everyone loved it, it was great, idealistic here. We're going to have, because, is it 2 readings? I guess from a legislative side, on our side, it's an ordinance change.
Yeah, for the enactment of the procedure and parking requirements, it would require an ordinance.
Okay. So, again, I'm not suggesting this July workshop, right? Was it June workshop, July 1st reading, the absolute fastest, August 2nd reading. Is there anything else in there that would be needed?
Not between the ordinance process, but before we roll it out, we would do some things to make sure from community education
Okay.
and signage installation, policy implementation internally. Again, the biggest thing is outreach to the community. How do we let them know about the paid parking? Of course, our statistics show that basically only 3% of the parking spaces are taken up by residents. 97% of the parking spaces are people who do not even live in Cape Canaveral. So I don't know how we can reach out to them, but they'll find out when they come to our city, if we enact this ordinance, that they have to pay to park once they see the signage.
And that would be my one statement for the workshop is, while we'll get in the technical, the capabilities, the functionality, the math, all the financial side, is it would be my request, and I think the council would agree, is we've got a good understanding on that date of what the next steps are, factoring the administrative needs, and because that will create a lot of anxiety in the community if people think you're about to move forward, but if they can say, no, we are 5-6 months on the absolute fastest track possible way, I think that'll help us have a more meaningful conversation, because it'll take over the room, and
we can even publish a timeline, Mayor.
Exactly.
Once we establish one, we can make that public.
That would be the one thing I think we have a lot of control over and kind of set the record. So those were my comments. I've got several questions. Tim, I'll absolutely email you those questions and those things for efficiency. But council, any other comments, questions? I think the task is to set a date.
Can you put the dates back on the screen?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Councilmember Willis.
I think with Monday being Memorial Day, we should move it.
June 9th, I think.
Well, Tuesdays are difficult for me, but I was thinking the first one, May 29th.
What day is that on?
It's a Thursday, I believe. No, Friday.
Oh, a Friday.
Yeah. And it's afternoon, so Thursday or Friday, but I just think Tuesday's going to be difficult for a lot of people with Memorial Day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, and
I've got the 27th and the 29th available.
the 9th is not?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
That's,
All right, that's a good way to approach it. So 27th and 29th, and the 9th is unknown, but it sounds like 27th and 29th for you. Councilmember Willis mentioned the 29th as well. Councilmember Shoryak, I think I heard the 9th out of you.
The 9th would be better for me.
Okay.
And I think it also will give us more time to publicize it,
There it is, a benefit.
because I mean, otherwise we're only getting a week and a holiday too in between, so people won't be paying attention.
and.
Well, we would get started on publicizing now. As soon as you vote tomorrow, we can start publicizing.
Yeah.
When we have this meeting with T2 Systems, I know this is going to be a workshop and that kind of thing, but are we going to discuss some of the challenges that we see in the area with parking? Like you've addressed some of them tonight, as far as we have a large number of people that are not from the county even that are parking here for free. I know that I've seen on social media multiple times, Cocoa Beach residents sending people to Cape Canaveral. Oh, you can park for free in Cape Canaveral, go to the beach there, blah, blah, blah. Which, this is true, and they may be doing that to help alleviate some of the traffic in their area because they get a lot of cruise line traffic and that kind of thing. But we don't have the facilities for the people. We don't have restrooms. We don't have those things. The beach parking was originally designed for our residents and that sort of thing. So having it open-ended where no one pays, while other cities are sending us to them, you know, if we don't do something, we're going to end up having to put in restrooms and that kind of thing. You can't have the crowds that we see now. But I was wondering, when we have an opportunity to discuss some of those challenges in this workshop with T2, or will that be something separate where our citizens can come in and let us know what the challenges are that they see, so that we can hear what they're seeing out there, because they're the ones using these beaches.
So, yes, we can talk about anything that you want in the workshop. I can't speak for what T2 would be able to answer or not. I can tell you that we can also start drafting some surveys to put those out to the community if council would feel that was helpful. We'll have to carefully craft those questions. We can also provide information on the adverse impact of local roadways when you have all the vehicles coming in outside of your community, and the damage and erosion that occurs, oil and fluids, you know, going on the streets and so forth, and how we would have to maintain those things because we are a tourist community, and where do we get the funds to maintain our infrastructure with that tourism draw. So I think the sky's the limit on whatever this council wants to talk about. I know there'll probably be some philosophical comments. You know, when this came up initially, when the council hired me, I heard from many residents, or several, I should say, that, you know, it changes the feel of Cape Canaveral, and, you know, because we're charging people to come, and I understand that in one regard, so that we'll hear some philosophy from some folks. But I think at the end of the day, the city has to take care of itself, and the council has to make that decision.
Well, and I would like a discussion to be held with our citizens about the fact that in prior meetings where we've discussed this, we've discussed the fact we want our residents to have free parking.
Yes.
You know, so those things need to be brought out to our public so that they know that this isn't looking to limit access to people that work, live here, and, you know, that are residents here. This is to control, you know, traffic into our area because we have other cities pushing them towards us because they're charging.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, we've got these open spots, and then our residents are parking wherever in golf carts or wherever because they don't have spots when they go to the end of the beaches to park. So, you know, and we don't have the facilities. The community was designed with the fact that the beach accesses that we have, people would access them, go to the beach, and if you needed to use the facilities, you would go to your home because we are a residential community on the sea. So I think we have to look at those things and make sure that we have clearly defined it, is my opinion. What say you guys?
100%. And I think even more things that we'll have to get over prior. That's huge. I mean, knowing, because that's the first thing people are going to say, you know, is what is our intent here as far as residents having to pay.
I don't think that was ever an issue. My understanding was that if we went forward with something like this, the residents would not have to pay. All what they would have to do is prove that they are a resident here. And if there's a spot open, it's theirs, and they don't have to pay for it.
Right. Well, I think to the mayor's point, that is the intent of all of this.
Yes.
That residents would never pay.
Right.
And
right.
I think one of the biggest issues, of course, we're getting way ahead of ourselves talking about some of this, but some of the biggest issues are just getting residents to register. That's going to be the biggest problem.
And I think a lot of the residents are going to be coming from the west side of A1A, because the ones who are already here, they already have their own property to park at. And, well, I'm just throwing it out there.
You're correct.
Yeah.
My wife wants us to walk to the beach. Yeah,
Well, it's those cookies you're eating. You know?
Well, yeah.
Ow.
But, you know, I think we need to pick a day and
hash it out.
I just
because
wanted to
there's going to
make
be
sure
all
that
kinds of
those
things brought up.
conversations were going to be had.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just going to be,
Yeah.
you know, a cornucopia of ideas that are going to be expressed, or desires, or the way they think it should be, and we'll just have to sort through them.
Mr. Mayor, I kind of like the idea of putting a survey out.
I do too.
I think surveys give people the opportunity to interact with us, with staff as they move forward with this, as well as council, and that could end up identifying concerns that we're totally unaware of and that someone that may not be able to make it to the workshop to give us.
Yeah, I think the workshop there, I mean, I'd rather do it right and do it a little slow. I mean, perhaps the workshop, we can decide, we're going to learn a lot in that workshop and help shape the questions we want to ask the community. If there's a major issue in that workshop, I think we could, you know, you got 10 people in there. Well, put that in to a survey, but surveys are fantastic for the reasons you said. And you can keep running surveys, and I think the workshop is an opportunity to kind of lay out how we want to do this, as opposed to looking at it as the decision before we go to an ordinance or anything. If we could strike, we got four 5 potential dates here. Are we in agreement that the 26th is not
I don't think.
ideal? Can we X that one off and shrink the list, or is that one good for anyone?
The only one's good for me is June 9th.
Okay.
I can dial in.
So I got a little matrix here. I got June 9th for Councilmember Shoryak, and that's the only one. Well, that makes, that's unknown for Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. June 9th works for me.
I can make it.
They all work.
I'll make it work for me.
Okay.
You talking June 9th?
Mhm.
Yes.
I don't know yet if I can. If it's late in the day, I can. If it's
1
after-
o'clock.
1 o'clock.
After 3 o'clock. For sure.
After 3. Okay, well, that brings in, yeah, well, for public participation too. Like, is there an issue with moving the 1 PM back?
Oh, this is T2's schedule.
Right, those are the dates that T2 can make it.
Oh.
That's
But the
presentation.
time?
Or the times, I mean.
We'd have to confirm with them. They have someone specifically who gives public presentations, and Laura, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. When speaking with T2, they said that they left that day specifically open. I don't see it being an issue. That's up to you guys if you want to still vote
So
on
later
that
in the
date.
day could potentially
Yeah,
work
the
to be
2 hour,
confirmed?
the 2 hour difference, I don't see that being an issue. So,
Okay.
And I would say too, there's another item on the agenda that we've talked on our one-on-one meetings about potentially workshopping as well on that same day. So, keeping that in mind, if you're going to start at 3 with T2 and you want to hold that other workshop on that same day, then it would be continuing on after you're done with T2.
That's the cybersecurity?
No, we were talking about the item 9.6.
Oh, we haven't got to it yet. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
If it helps, given,
I can make it on Tuesday. I didn't realize, I'm on June 9th. I didn't realize that was a Tuesday. I'm clear for that day.
At 1 PM?
Yes.
Okay.
well, given that much time ahead, I can try to rearrange appointments.
Okay. So I think we hold the 1 PM?
Sure.
Okay, and June 9th works. It sounds like we're all going to do our best. I mean, when we get home and sort it out. If we had a backup, knowing potentially, say that just fell apart for whatever reason, so we don't,
I think we have to consider T2 now.
well, I was saying May 29th. I mean, if in the next 48 hours or day or two, it's like, the 9th doesn't work, can we get ahead of that and say a reserve date like we do with council meetings? No, it sounds like Councilmember Shoryak couldn't make it work, but,
I can dial in.
okay. Does the May 29th potentially work as a backup? I think the 9th's going to be fine, but
What was the next date?
just want the next one back, May 29th, as a backup in the event.
That works for me.
It's probably not going to be needed, but it's okay. Let's roll with the 9th. We'll figure it out.
I can do
So-
either one.
June 9th, 1 PM. If we want to go ahead and make a motion, we can lock that down and discuss anything else on this if needed, but at least get that solved.
Make a motion to schedule a public workshop for the T2 systems presentation for June 9th, 1 PM.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Shoryak to schedule the public workshop on June 9th at 1 PM. Any further discussion on the scheduling? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. 4. Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. All right, item 9.4, the portion of scheduling the meeting, pass 5-0 on June 9th at 1 PM. Is there anything else on this, City Manager, that we need to clarify, I think our homework is get questions over so that we can have a productive workshop.
No, I think that's it for this item.
And to recap, we talked about ideas of surveys, talked about ideally having a timeline, and I think
Right. So regarding the surveys, I'm not sure how immediate you're going to want to see that kick off and then get results back. Is that something you're going to want us to do prior to the workshop so you have that information, or just start doing it at some point so we can get input from the community as we move forward, say with the ordinance or things like that? Councilmember King.
Thank you. Where are we going to be distributing this survey? Will it be on our weekly report? Will it be in social media?
It'll be electronically, and we can send it out to the weekly update and through all of our media.
Okay, okay. I don't think you're going to have a problem getting feedback quickly.
Yeah, my thought would be that we would launch the survey right after the workshop. And we get in there and we really try to figure out what are the questions. There's value in doing it today. We would have it, but it'd be, because if we put a 2-week or a 30-day deadline on it, say June 9th to, July 9th, and we know they were the right questions,
If that's what your gut is saying, let's do that.
because it's going to, and we are going to, as a council, have to, if they launch a survey in the next couple days, we're all gonna feel that.
There'll be a firestorm.
There's going to be a lot of
And you-
miscommunication,
and you've got-
misinformation.
No, it's not that, and I think it'd be prudent to do it, the survey's brilliant, to do it right, promote it, get a great sample size.
Well, and even to have a bit of an explanation before the survey starts that says, learning from our past experiences where meters were purchased that were eventually not used, we're looking, again, exploring new technologies, and bringing those people that were here during that time that was a little bit of turmoil into the mix by acknowledging, we know that happened. Let's be clear about this. This is a different thing. We're not going to have to buy physical equipment. Now, and then start asking the questions that we've identified from the workshop, because that way everyone will be on the same page.
Yep. It will be very valuable if we don't, I think, rush it. It'd be better to run the right survey for 10 days than to get one out and run it for 2 months, and we're over there dealing with misinformation and issues, but,
Don't ask them about roundabouts.
oh, gosh.
Well, as we get the presentation, a lot of that can populate the questionnaire and remove speculation on what we're looking to do.
Okay, well, are there any other questions, city manager, or clarity needed on the survey? I think we're gonna hold.
Yeah, I think after the workshop makes sense. That way we can reference it perhaps in the survey, and we can even maybe draft some questions for the council to look at. I think we have to be very careful with the questions so we get the best responses.
Yeah, there's nothing that says we can't formulate a questionnaire now and just edit it based upon the information we get in the presentation.
We'll scan the industry to see if there are surveys that have been put out there before. There might be some, already kind of tried and true questions that are viable for any community to circulate and see what we come up with. Nothing too lengthy. We want people to take it, but nothing too short where we don't get enough good information.
I will say, we've done the 2018 survey was one of the best surveys. I still think, it was the largest response. That thing took like 30, 40 minutes to fill out, and I was shocked at how many residents took the time to do it. But, yeah, agreed with everything we've said. If there's not anything else, or the council wants to raise anything, I think we got our work cut out for us. We can start developing survey questions. We can go, the questions for the workshop so that we can go in and hit the ground running when we come out of that. And I do like that we pushed it out a little, gives us a little time to do it right. Anything else?
I'd just like to commend staff for the work they've done so far, Tim and Laura in particular. They've really dug deep into, finding out what would be the best company to go with. I think you'll like what you'll hear from T2, but bear in mind if there's something else that emerges that you would like us to pursue, we'll do that. But this is one of those purchases that's, within my threshold and something we have to put out, to bid per se or RFP. So I think we can work quickly and efficiently and bring something, something good to the city.
Thank you. Okay. That brings us, just looking at the agenda, we've got 9.5 and 9.6, so 2 more items left. These are items for action. Managing time, we're at 9:30 and we get at this point. I don't want to take responsibility for the last meeting going over. Please, if we get close, interrupt. Let's try to stay ahead of it. It'd be better to give ourselves more time if we need it and target getting out sooner. I don't want to call a recess. I just need 2 minutes to step out. If the city manager, I think you and I have went through this next item. If you want to start going over kind of the item for action, 9.5, and I can pass the gavel to our vice mayor. I'm going to probably be back within 2 minutes. Just need to use the restroom. And this item is the Villas at Fillmore project drainage improvements. And city manager, if we can give a quick overview, we will be able to take it up. Thank you.
We can. Thank you, Mayor. So the Villas of Fillmore project drainage improvements, this is a project that the council directed the city manager to initiate back in August. And the purpose of the project was to improve a defective drainage system at the Villas of Fillmore. And we've had extensive conversations about that. So to speak about what we are asking council for this evening is to, first of all, receive an update from staff regarding the progress of this project and discuss any issues or concerns that the council may have. And that's first item on this agenda because the last time this was before the council was August of last year. And when I was directed to perform this function, we were also directed to come back to council with any updates if we had any or if council requested any. So a request was made by the mayor to come forward and give the council some updates on the project. And then as we work through the discussion, the council will be asked to give some direction. First and foremost would be to direct us on the acquisition of a contractor. I was directed to contract with a specific company, Atlantic Development Incorporated. We have since terminated that contract for convenience, and we are now looking at acquiring another contractor. So that contractor will affect the repairs according to the most recently approved drainage plans as they have been prepared by Allen Engineering. And that will be a topic of discussion, I'm sure, tonight about the most recently approved drainage plans. We do have drainage plans in our possession. They are code compliant and they are approved. And it is the city's position that these are the plans that would have been code compliant and approved 4 years ago when this project was initially undertaken and CO'd. Okay? The engineer has presented those plans to us. So these are the plans that the homeowners would have had 4 years ago, and the city is ready to execute those plans once we have a contractor. However, one of the residents, and in agreement are the other residents, an option was presented to the city, and if I can have the clerk bring up the email that you were given earlier. There was an option that was presented to slope the backyard differently than what Allen Engineering is providing in their plans. And if you can scroll up a little bit, we'll look at, there are two conceptual designs that were offered, and we'll just, we'll eliminate the second one. The second one is a stone and pipe system. This is a system that would be with some infrastructure buried underground. And the goal of this project is to repair basically a dysfunctional drainage system per the original plans as modified and amended to correct the deficiencies in the original plans. And those deficiencies were very specifically when the FPL line was going to be buried in the backyard, a pool buried in the ground was encountered, and in order to get that line to the depth, that pool had to be removed. It had to be demolished and removed. And then the second reason for the defects on the plans were there were 4 air conditioner units that were not accounted for in the original stormwater calculations. And so there's also some bamboo on the backside of the property that was incorporated in a landscaping plan, not the drainage plans. And there is a difference, because if they're incorporated in the landscaping or the drainage plans, then the calculations would take those into account as well. And so when I say that they have, the plans that we have now are the plans that the residents would have had then, it's because the bamboo was included. They were initially in the landscaping plan, and now they're included in the drainage plan, and the air conditioner units are accounted for in these calculations. So what we have now are the plans that should have been followed then. So if we go back to the email, the stone and pipe system is not an option for the city, because it is not what we are tasked to do, and that's to correct the construction defects of the drainage system. Installing additional infrastructure underneath the surface, or the land surface, is above and beyond correcting the construction defects. That is adding additional material and infrastructure to this property, which is private property. And I think it's important to point out that, you know, while we have an easement here, this is private property, and the city cannot spend public dollars on public property. Our purpose there is to correct the construction defects in our easement, our stormwater easement on private property. So this option that can be considered by the city is what's known as a longer 7% slope, and this gives residents a usable property. Residents would have to allow the slope to begin out of the easement. So what this means is, in the backyard, there's a 15-foot wide easement, and the current plans that are code compliant and approved account for only draining in that easement. The plans do not account for any private property. And so the request from the residents is that we slope the land by using their property, incorporating their property 2 feet, approximately 2 feet of their property on the backside of their residents, all 4 of them, into the stormwater system, so it can be a more gradual slope. And there's a diagram, if you can put that up for the council to see, and maybe get it as large as you can. This is the side view, and if you look at the top drawing, you'll see that the house is on the left. You'll see the line that's drawn is approximately 2 feet of level horizontal ground, and then you have 16 feet of land that goes at a 7% slope to the very bottom of the swale, and then it rises to the top at a 4-to-1 ratio, another 4 feet for a total distance of 20 feet. And we presented this plan to our engineer, who has been assigned to this task, and he can work this new calculation with this plan. In order to affect this, however, all of the residents must effectively give up their property to one another, and so that it can be used as part of the easement. And if one resident objects, then this is not a solution. So we have one of the residents here today, and she tells me that all the residents do agree. I don't know if you care to take any questions or comments from that resident, but the update that the staff is giving you is we have approved code-compliant plans that are exactly what the residents would have had 4 years ago, in hand, ready to execute, and find a contractor. If we go out to bid, then we cannot go out to bid unless we have approved code-compliant plans. If the council wants to entertain this option, then staff would be directed to get with the engineer, who says that they can turn around some new plans fairly quickly. And once those plans are approved and we determine that they are code compliant, then the city can proceed with the invitation to bid process. But we cannot do that until we have code compliant plans, if this is the option that the council would consider. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So I know we have one of the owners here, and they're saying that all of the owners agree, but what are the legal requirements for ensuring that all the owners agree before we make any decision upon differences in these two plans?
So they'll have to sign, a written document that will be prepared by our city attorney, and they will have to agree to the terms of that document. And my recommendation to the council was that you give the residents a deadline to sign that. And if one of them disagrees, then we're ready with the plans that we have. But if council wants to entertain this with the assurance that all residents will sign, then the attorney will be directed to draw up that instrument for their signature. And I would again recommend that council give a deadline. And by that, and if we get those documents back, then we will, get the job moving.
Have you received a verbal agreement amongst the 4 owners?
I've spoken to one resident who has told me that all residents agree. That's all I know.
Okay.
And it's verbal at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got a question, and I understand the big difference is private property, expanding the easement. And just a little bit of background is that the attempts of the contractor to do a 4-to-1 slope was the main issue. It was quoted, "There's a ditch in my backyard." And, 4-to-1's gradual, easier to maintain, there's a lot of benefits. And I think the code compliant design today is a much steeper, it's a 3-to-1. So for 3 feet over, 1 feet down, as opposed to 4 feet over, 1 foot down. And the maintenance, it's usability, it basically, because of the constrained easement, is a 4-to-1 possible while staying within the easement? Do we know that?
Could you rephrase that question?
So is a 4-to-1 slope possible without expanding the easement onto private property? And without giving up privacy bamboo? Because the contractor was trying to get a 4-to-1 within the easement.
Right.
And so, come straight out, I don't, and I said this, the city, these deficiencies and defectiveness was the contractor. And so for us to do this, if we're going to pursue recouping those dollars, one of the concerns that comes to my mind is if we reduce it from a 4-to-1 to a 3-to-1, that puts us, I think, in a very weak position to say, well, you are asking us to do something that you could not even do yourself. You wanted us, as the contractor, to do a 4-to-1 slope. You rejected it 2 to 3 times. If it was possible, why did we not do a 4-to-1 slope?
So I go back to the bamboo. The residents say they want the bamboo. The bamboo provides protection, visibility, shields light. They have a second-story building behind them with balconies that can look right down into their property, and we're very sensitive to that. We understand why they want the bamboo. The bamboo is part of their landscaping plan, not the stormwater plan. Our code allows for us to plant vegetation as part of our stormwater plan for 2 reasons: to stabilize the soil and to develop a root structure that will help eliminate the stormwater itself through the root system. So in order to construct the drainage system to incorporate the bamboo to be part of that system and for the city to pay for that as part of the drainage project, that slope on the backside had to be constructed. So the answer to your question, can they achieve a 4-to-1 slope? Sure, but it looks like it will have to be without the bamboo.
And so the contractors were not given the option to remove the bamboo. They were told, keep the bamboo and hit a 4-to-1 slope. And 2 to 3 times, I think, failed, maybe for other reasons. And I hope what I'm saying is making sense is, their argument would be, well, if we would have been given the option, right, to remove the bamboo, we could have theoretically pulled it off. And so that's just does that make sense? And my question is, without losing the privacy of the bamboo, that was approved by the Community Appearance Board. I live in a very similar townhome. You don't want, it's mutual. It's not just the Fillmore owners, it's the multifamily around them. And I think we all agree. So as the city manager said, can they keep the bamboo? And has our engineers given any indication of meeting the 4-to-1 without expanding the easement and keeping the bamboo? I guess that's the question. Do we know that?
Rich, our engineer, Rich Davis, is here, and I would invite him to comment.
Thank you.
And I have a quick question. Is this diagram, are we looking at the back of the house and looking into their backyard from a side view?
Yeah, so the top picture is looking at it from the side, and the bottom picture is looking at it from the air.
From the air, okay.
Yes.
So that slope, that's going to go, they really won't have much of a backyard at that point. It's going to go down 4 feet, slope down 4 feet, and then back up again?
For the record, they don't have much of a backyard at all.
Right.
And so this is a diagram, I'm guessing it was drawn by one of the residents. It was offered to us. I'm not sure where it came from. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. It's not to scale.
It's right.
So it's not going to look like that. It's going to be 7%, which is going to be much flatter than a 4-to-1 would be even. But to answer your question, Mayor, the design, the code compliant design has a 4-to-1 slope on the side of the property, the houses. It's 4-to-1. It goes 3-to-1 to provide a 2-foot shelf to better plant the bamboo along the backside. That's why that was made steeper in the back on the property line. So, and I don't know if that answers your question. There is a 4-to-1 on one side.
Well, my question would have been on what we were basically asking the contractor to do was 4-to-1 on both sides, I believe.
Originally with no bamboo.
And they tried and failed, tried and failed.
Is this the original contractor?
The only contractor. Yes, not the ABC Construction was the contractor with the permit when the.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
No, that's okay. And it's sort of it was the contractor who was hired by the owners to construct the new development on the site. And the threshold was, they finished it, they stayed within the easement, they kept the bamboo, but it was too steep. It was probably close to a 3-to-1. And we told them, no, that's not going to work. And so here we are. We're going to be in a very weak position, unless I'm missing something, because I don't think we would do a 3-to-1 and 4 to, like, if we could do a 4-to-1 on both sides within the easement, I'd assume that would be something we would consider.
It's really a numbers game with the volume.
Yep.
To get the volume with a 4-to-1, it's got to be roughly 1.5 feet deep. And when once again, to maintain that volume, and to include the bamboo on the backside, we did have to steepen it up. We're bringing the toe in a little bit to get more volume.
We had to do that.
Right.
I guess that would answer my question.
So if we don't get the volume. I mean,
okay.
it's all part of the geometry of the treatment.
So that did answer my
System.
question. A 4-to-1 would not meet the volume requirements on both sides, 4-to-1.
Yes. Well, if they were both 4-to-1, but we didn't come 2 feet off the property line to establish the bamboo. Originally, there were 4-to-1s on both sides.
Yep.
No bamboo. It went right to the property line.
Bamboo has always been at the side.
It's
At
there, it
one
was
point it
there,
was
but it
taken
was
out.
part of the landscaping plan, and it was not part of the drainage system plan. So it was planted as part of landscaping, but it was not factored into the calculations for drainage. And the position the city's in now is their bamboo had to be torn down. When we went there with the first contractor to commence with this project, the bamboo was taken down so that the project could be done. And then the city has agreed to replace that bamboo for very important reasons for the residents. However, in order to do that and to fund it, it has to be part of the stormwater system, because that is where, or the drainage system, because that is where the funds are coming from to construct this project. And the instructions I was given in August are the same instructions we're asking for now, is that you approve me to spend what dollars need to be spent to improve this drainage system from that stormwater management account. And the bamboo can be part of the drainage system, because of our ordinance that allows those plantings to stabilize the soil and the root structure. Absent putting it in there for that reason, the city, we're in a position where we're spending money, tax dollars on private property.
I think to alter the landscaping plans, I like that we can incorporate it into the drainage plans and justify it. But that's a non-starter if they're going to lose their privacy. And I think we are agreeing with that.
Right.
And so to keep that privacy, which is, I would think, non-negotiable, this is in those constraints, 3-to-1 on 4-to-1 is, if we adjust that out a little bit more, it's going to have to make changes to the landscaping plans or
When
other
we
parts.
presented it, pardon me for interrupting, when we presented it to the engineer of record, he wanted to create a 2-foot shelf for the bamboo to give it a better area for planting. When he did that, that's when we lost that angle to go 4-to-1 to go, we brought that out 2 feet, and effectively to maintain the volume, it 3-to-1 slope became what worked for the geometry of that.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think that, the usability of the property has changed. I mean, that was the issue, was that they walked out in their backyard and they're like, you can't use this, look at this ditch in my backyard, And today, I'm not sure it's much different. And the big elephant in the room for me is, I think that puts the city in a weak position to recoup funding. And if there's two proposed designs, trusting, I'm not the one to read, thankfully we haven't. This is so nice having an in-house engineer. You have no idea how many meetings we went through and just didn't have this. So thank you very much, Rich. Alan, if I understand you, city manager has said that they can, not to scale, but this is a 4-to-1 that would require taking up private property.
It's flatter than a 4-to-1.
So it's
Sorry.
even better.
Right.
And I would say the flatter, the better.
I think that's a benefit. The issue is the easement, really. I mean, it's outside of the easement.
So the only thing I would say is if the property owners are willing to go out, if it's not achievable with staying in the easement and the property owners agree to extend the easement so in return they can use their backyard, keep their bamboo, and while not compromising the drainage, these are residents putting conceptual ideas together. If Allen Engineering could come up with something even better in their expertise, or in-house Rich could come up with something even better, knowing that they are the engineers, that would be the best case scenario. But to me, this is better because the property owners can use their backyard, and then we're not compromising, not meeting the code. That's, looking at the time, 9:51, I think to go forward with a 3-to-1, I think it decreases, it's exactly what we rejected, or close to what we rejected and wouldn't allow. So those are my initial thoughts, and I would lean towards trying to figure out a way to relieve that 3-to-1 steepness if the property owners are willing to do that. Because like our city manager said, even with the easement, not expanding it, what is it, 2 foot roughly off the edge, the structure, the house today? It's not a lot.
I think it's a bit more, but not a lot more.
Okay.
Not a lot. Might be nearly 5, maybe.
Like, why wouldn't we do that, I guess? Is there any legal risk, or is there any concern of, is it more expensive?
Well, we'd have to go out to bid. Essentially, if you want to approve this and take this drawing back to our engineer, then he's going to do different calculations. It's going to be a different diagram, and we'll have to put it out to bid. You're basically granting more real estate. We're getting more real estate to be part of the easement, and they have to grant us that real estate, or grant each other that real estate. This is as good as it gets. If you want, what we have is what we have proposed and ready to go is what they bought. That's what we have ready. What they're proposing is something to give more real estate, to be able to more level and so forth. And Allen Engineering is very willing to do that. It can have plans as soon as Thursday, and we can approve those, let the residents look at them as soon as possible.
But I wanted what they bought was a 4-to-1 and the ability to use their backyard.
I know that there's a discrepancy in that. When I say that, what I mean is that had the engineer of record been presented with all of the information, had the bamboo been part of the drainage system plans to begin with, had those air conditioner units been calculated initially, then the plans you're seeing now are the plans that would have been
in effect and approved then.
I would just say that had those things happened, that's what they could have had the opportunity to buy, but they did not
Right.
buy. And I do know what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
well, just
I think-
clarifying is all.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
and I had a chance to chat
Mhm.
through it. I think the intent, so if this is better for puts the city at the lowest risk, in my opinion, it meets the water requirements, and there's no other options that our engineers can come up with and work off this that would be more efficient while without exceeding costs. Obviously, cost is important. I don't know why we would not do this or pursue it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis?
I have a question for the city attorney.
Yes.
If we were to go in this direction with the proposed plan by the residents, how does that impact the last paragraph of the first page of our agenda item, where it speaks of recouping, authorizing to take all actions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think a little bit more needs to be said. I mean, what the city council is attempting to do is correct construction defects. So you have a system, swale system that does not, right, it was not built, right, correctly, and a variety of reasons. The concrete buried pool is one, right, and so forth. But I wouldn't lose sight of the fact that, in having to configure the swale system, the city engineer, Mr. Allen, had to take into consideration the fact that the builder, the developer, constructed the air conditioning units within the side swale area as designed, which reduced the compensating storage, right, capacity. So, it's not just, the developer, the city held the line on a 4-foot 4-to-1 slope, right? We're now looking at trying to correct construction defects, including, building within the swale system that can't be removed without a substantial amount of cost, right? Changing where the air conditioning units are located and rewiring. So that has to be factored into this whole equation.
Okay.
So, you do have a couple of options. The manager has presented them very clearly. What's been proffered today is another option, as the manager indicated, would require the property owners to contribute additional space, right, for the swale system. Right? And again, the developer built infrastructure within the swale system that can't be removed without an astronomical expense and inconvenience. So, either one of those plans is addressing that construction defect.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
And it's in line with my original concern. I think that not going with that option, I'm assuming the option that we're proposing with a 3-to-1 affects that last part, Councilmember Willis. I think it puts us in a weaker position, but that's for our city attorney. I mean, changing it from a 4-to-1 to a 3-to-1?
Well, you have to correct the construction defects and get the required amount of water quality and quantity that's required by the code to have a compliant system. So it's a swale system. It requires earthwork. I mean, there's different ways to manipulate the earthwork to meet the code compliance of quality and quantity. So, I leave that to the engineers to talk about.
Yes.
You're seeing two earthwork, for lack of a better term, Rich, forgive me, earthwork options to get the code compliant quality and quantity.
Let me address the time.
Make a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson to extend the meeting by 30 minutes, which would take us to 10:30 PM, correct? Y'all got to check my math, as you know on that. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion to extend to 10:30, approved 5-0. City Attorney, back to you.
No, that's all I have.
Okay. So yes, the earthwork, the engineers, it's there. This come from non-engineers, and so the word that I wrote down was unnecessary. If there are many ways, right, we want to do the one that does not put the most unnecessary burden on the property owners. And a 3-to-1 usability, they're going to have to maintain this, right? This easement.
Yes.
And so the maintenance requirements under a 4-to-1 are less than, a 3-to-1 or greater than a more gradual, and I keep saying 4-to-1, and our city engineer made it clear that it's less than a 6-7% is even exceeds that standard.
Yeah, it'll be a flatter area, just broader.
So if we got a 3-to-1, which is more steep, I think we've got property owners saying, was that necessary? Right? And if we have engineers going, no, with more property, private, we could do this. Well, that puts the city, I think, in a better position. We don't want two parties, right? If you can isolate two parties upset, and it's all about the code, and so, and reasonable cost. That's what I have to say. I think the second thing is, I understand that the agreement with Alan said that the other option was outside their work, but we did not.
Alan never said that. Alan
Okay.
told us on the phone, I was with the manager, that if the city wanted him to prepare the plans for what was proffered today or the other day from the neighbor, from the owner, he could do that. And there isn't a charge for that under the settlement agreement. So there's no cost to the city he'll go back to the drawing board, assuming that there was additional land to design the swale system as part of his contractual obligation with the city.
Okay.
He will do that.
But there were two, and I didn't, there was a stone and
Right.
that one.
That one's not an option for the city.
Stone, yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
No, that's okay.
I thought you were still talking about the 7% gradual.
Okay. And so that would be the only other option, and it's been stated that that's going to be more expensive in maintenance, but the minimum coverage to bury these utilities meeting the code, that'd be the only other thing that I've seen. If we looked at both of them, I don't know. Why we would, the settlement agreement, we did not decide on that and vote on that. That was something I think our city attorney negotiated. And so if that limits us, I haven't seen costs that prove that what is it, stone and,
The pipe and stone?
Pipe and stone, thank you. Pipe and stone is assumed to be more expensive.
Yes. You're
Okay.
putting material other than dirt in the ground is going to cost money, so.
But we don't have to remove as much. I guess I haven't seen the estimates that were quoted by former, I think, Kimley Horn that came out, it was not that much more expensive. I could be wrong, but I just want to make sure that if that really is less expensive and it's less maintenance and it performs better, that would be a real shame that we just assumed that was more expensive. And I say that respectfully, because what I'm learning about stone and pipe is they're just more efficient and they perform better and the reduce excavation cost. But call that one more expensive.
We can start searching a cost for that, and when we do select a contractor, we can certainly ask that option. I think it's just inferred that it would be an additional cost, but more importantly, is that what we say we need to do to repair a defective drainage system, or are we doing that to create level ground for residents? Is that the other purpose, or is that the intent? The intent and the goal is to repair a defective drainage system that should have been done the right way the first time.
It would be if it's lower cost.
And
I agree with that, Mayor. It's not a question of cost. It's a question of repairing construction defects. That the system that was designed was a swale system, not a total redesign and different type of system. The council wants to go down that direction. I would advise against it, as I have in the past.
I'm not saying just cost. I'm saying they could not bury the lines. They struggle with that. Whether it was the pool, they could not get the minimum cover. And so I don't want to get to this point to where we do especially on the 3-to-1, the one that's proposed, is for whatever reason, we can't cover those lines minimum. That was the major stumbling block. And so if we can cover the lines, because FPL is a mystery on some of these things, because they do not usually provide site plans and they have rights per our agreement, then I'm with you. But we've been here, we're moving forward, and then there's just been some major uh-ohs that happened, and that's a big one that I do not want to have as a blind spot. And because then, and I've said this before, is to fix the defect, if they cannot fix the defect of minimum coverage over the lines, that's not a cost issue, that's just a compliance issue. And so I'll stay that way. But it was just kind of thrown out because it was just more expensive. And I'm not disagreeing with that. It's something I don't think we've gotten an updated quote. So Allen Engineering is willing on the proposed to look at this, and I just want to be clear, is these are residents drawing this up. I would hope that Allen, if he can not go in with this strict, this is what you want. If there's improvements, I think the residents, the flatter, the better, unnecessary. If it doesn't tie up more of their property, it's a constrained site. That's what I'll end with. And the last thing is that these as-builts, I think the agreement is that they will complete as-builts. And I know that we've stayed within the limits of what was directed in August, but I've never understood why we would not get as-builts up front with all the utilities, why we would have limited ourselves to a settlement agreement to stay only with drainage. Because if they're, especially with our engineer, the calculations could be done so much easier and quicker if you knew where all the lines were. That was a major problem. So why we would not get the as-builts done is a head scratcher for me. prior, to know that I can see where everything is. Now we're going to design a drainage system because we can see all the constraints, right? Wouldn't that be the best case scenario?
And I, the main constraints I'm aware of are the pool and 2 walkways in the backyard, which seems like it made it impossible for them, the original contractor, to grade the design, the treatment system as designed. They couldn't go deep enough. There's too much stuff underground, as I understand it.
Yeah.
There's, I wouldn't say infinite, but there's so many different ways you could slice and dice and move things.
Mhm.
You're gonna have to regrade the whole system though, and capture it all. I think everybody wants the residents to be able to have a nice, useful backyard that they can enjoy and get on to enjoying it. That's, I think, what all our goal is too. We want to move forward with it, so.
I guess the electric utilities along the back, it would be an as-built that would directly impact the drainage.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Because they had a hard time. They were routing
Yeah.
it, they went through the easement, and it could have been.
And I
because
thought
of
it
the
was the
pool.
obstructions underground, but I may be
Yes.
wrong. Yeah.
I don't know. I absolutely think that was one of them,
Yeah.
but I just thinking at this stage of the game, are we gonna go in and draw another one and then FP&L in the end can't hit minimum cover? And if we feel good about it, great. But we've in the past felt good about things and then we run into a hiccup. And I do want to put something forward that our city manager and city attorney can run. And so, Ms. Hurst, would you like to say anything if this council desires? I know that you're here. We referenced the email. Is there anything that, it's our understanding that we would need you, if you're willing, to come up to the podium, because I think what we are trying to decide is the proposed
it would be nice to have a usable yard. We're not saying that we have to have a flat yard. I put forward the stone and pipe because it gives you the area within the easement limits that will handle the volume of stormwater that is required. That is why. It's not about having a backyard. Make those 3% drains, it's not about the flatness. It's about being able to do it. It's the high school physics where you have the 2 cylinders, a tall skinny one and the fat short one. It's the same amount of water. You can't get the same amount of water in the system swale that they're proposing unless you have it's code compliant, but it's an exception with the code compliance in the 3-to-1.
Okay.
And that's my problem with it.
Thank you for clarifying. Going back to what originally bought, is that there was, and I think you said it very well, is the way this works today is we expand the easement. The other one was where the property owners did not have to expand the easement.
Correct. That stays within the 15-foot easement.
And which is an excellent example of what I've said is the only time, if there is construction deficiencies with staying within the easement, is the stone and pipe the only solution to stay within the easement? That's what I've said the whole time, is that's the only time it would make sense, and that's what you were proposing.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense to me. And so we're saying if all 4 owners do not agree, we would move forward with a 3-to-1 instead of a stone and pipe to stay within the easement.
I would have to be certain that Stone and Pipe does not exceed the authority to repair a drainage system by using public funds. I would have to know, as your city manager, that I'm being directed to perform a function that I'm within the law to do, and that is right and just per code and so forth. And I don't know, we have an engineer, I don't know if he understands what the cost would be for Stone and Pipe as related to a 7-to-1 slope. We could find out. But
If the 3-to-1 though, what we are changing on them is usability. So
Mhm.
it would be with the code, it would be within the funds. But to me, that would put us at a risk of diminished usability compared
I
to a
would-
4-to-1.
I would also want to know the maintenance criteria for that type of drainage system, because these residents must maintain it. And if they fail to maintain it, the city is going to have to go in their backyard and maintain it.
I think that my understanding is it's less maintenance. We did excavation but either way, thank you for clarifying that.
I have spoken with the other residents, and they are willing to, I don't know, do we have to expand the easement, or can we just give permission for it the swale to start outside of the easement?
If you want the 7%,
Mhm.
then we have to expand the easement. We can't do that without it.
Okay.
And I don't know, I would want our engineer to tell us if the Stone and Pipe could be done within the city's easement, so you don't have to expand it, and what would that look like? But I think we also, we would have an issue with our engineer. We would have to make sure that what we are asking them to do does not exceed the boundaries of the settlement agreement. Does going with a Stone and Pipe constitute going above and beyond repairing a defective drainage system? And if it does, I don't believe our engineer record we couldn't use them for this job.
Yeah, it would only make sense if it's the only way to correct the deficiencies without diminishing what they bought as usability. They bought a 4-to-1 usable property. And that contractor was held and rejected because it had to be this 4-to-1. Now we've learned, and we can on a case-by-case change it to a 3-to-1, but one of the factors that when our city engineers approving is the maintenance of it. And so I think if the engineers could look at it, I think it would, at minimum, just what do they call it, the opinion of probable cost, and just high level at a minimum, and we might strike it quick. But to me, the 3-to-1 and 4-to-1 that we have, this proposed conceptual should go through engineering to verify it. We can do that, unless they have a better option that does not exceed it. I'm saying just meets the code and
Well, I think
doesn't take away what they had.
I think if you're discussing Stone and Pipe, we have to first resolve whether or not it's within the scope of the settlement agreement.
The settlement agreement is to correct the deficiencies, and I'm only saying Stone and Pipe if there are no other ways to correct the deficiency.
Mhm.
That is it. We couldn't meet a 4-to-1 within the easement.
I'm just not sure. You'd have to say again how they bought a 4-to-1 and we're not providing a 4-to-1. I mean, I'm a little confused on that point.
They bought a backyard with privacy, with bamboo that they could use, that had a 4-to-1 slope.
And that was in the original plans that were drawn up that did not include the AC units or the bamboo as part of the drainage system? Is that what we're referring to?
Yes. But that's not their problem.
Well, no, I understand that, but it sounds like we're defaulting to faulty drainage plans. If we're going to maintain that they had a 4-to-1 slope, that's what they bought, they purchased that based on an assumption that they were good plans, but they were faulty plans. And therefore, they didn't buy a 4-to-1 slope. They're buying whatever slope is determined based on approved code compliant plans.
I know, but
Those were not, they were not code
that
compliant.
puts the city in a weak position, in my opinion, a very weak position. And that's the past, that's what we're not dealing with today. I don't know why, I'll say, it, if it's the only way to correct the deficiency then we would have to go with stone and pipe. Because if we diminish, today, it looks like we could do it with the easement, but
I don't know why them giving the easement over is not an option.
I'm not saying it might be, and we can move forward with that.
Well, the engineer is ready to draw those plans based on that decision. And he said he can have them by Thursday.
And we're saying we're not gonna do that until all 4 property owners agree.
That's true. And,
That would be the only scenario,
Yeah.
right,
and apparently they'll agree in writing.
yeah, I think that's prudent. Okay, well, I want to go back to what the city manager put together, which is very helpful, the recommendation. I got my paper shoveled here. Oh, there it is. Thank you. It's up on the screen. So we received an update of the city manager and city attorney to discuss. Check. I think we've done that. Number 2, direct city manager and city attorney as appropriate regarding the acquisition of a new contractor to effect repairs according to the most recent approved drainage plans prepared by Allen Engineering. What we're saying is that we're changing this one, right? We couldn't just read that. We would want the Allen Engineering, the acquisition of a new contractor to effect repairs according to the most to
The recently approved drainage plans, so we're going to have to go to get approved drainage plans
Newly
first. You can authorize us to go to bid if that's what you want to do, once those plans are prepared and approved, regardless of what option we go with.
Yep.
You can direct me to do that if you want to go to invitation to bid. We just can't do it until we have those plans.
And I'm just trying to figure out how to work. I think it's a simple change. Instead of recently approved, it would be to approved. I think that's how we worded it last time. That seems historical, as if they exist. To approved, according to approved drainage plans to be prepared by Allen Engineering. Would that work?
I think so.
Based on the plan that was submitted?
Well,
Is that what you're talking about?
That's a good question.
I wouldn't want to box him into that, or you.
Are you wanting to direct us to explore those 2 options and then come up with approved plans based on those 2 options? Or are we settling on an option now and getting approved plans based on that decision? The 7%,
I think that they would pursue the 7%, and the order of operation would be, it would be proof. I mean, and then if that can't work, then you would only go to that other one.
okay, so the motion
And you
should,
have flexibility.
I think the motion should direct in that manner then.
I'm confused. So if the motion is for the 7%,
Why would we do this, but why would we bind ourselves, that these are non-engineers bringing these forward, unless our city engineer is saying that absolutely can work? Like, why would we say specific to that 7%? Why not just say,
concept? You're talking about the swale.
Yes.
Maintaining the swale system, that concept. It may not be, as it was proffered by the owner, but Alan would have to work his magic on that concept.
That works.
For the swale system.
So based on the conceptual, I just didn't want to lock into a 7% when it might be, okay. So okay.
We're just using the 7% as a descriptive term, so we all know what everybody's singing off the same sheet of music here.
Okay, I would leave the number out and just say based on the conceptual.
Swale systems plan.
Okay. I interjected, city attorney. I think you were trying to work through it.
I was trying to understand what the direction was.
Okay.
I think I understand it now.
And then the second one there, authorization, so to go to bid, you had mentioned that, city manager. I think that it would be my desire that we would get the engineering done with the owner's approval on any easement needs. Once those designs are approved, we would then go to bid.
Well, the owners don't approve, the engineer and the city approves, certainly we'll consult the owners and make sure they look at the plans and that they don't have any issues, but.
But it would be go to bid, not just select a contractor.
Yeah, we would initiate the invitation to bid process.
Because it doesn't say it like that. It says acquisition of a new contractor, and if we say,
Right.
will we say via bid?
It was worded vaguely in anticipation of conversation about maintaining the emergency, going out and getting one contractor, getting prices, getting quotes, and then selecting that way versus doing the full-on invitation to bid process. I mean, we can certainly get a contractor here sooner than later if we maintain the emergency, operate under the emergency doctrine and go find a contractor. But we would get quotes, or the council could direct to do the invitation to bid, and that would take approximately 2 months or whatever. I mean, we did the emergency before, we brought in a contractor, we dismissed them for convenience. The council has an option. I think the one will be faster than the other, but I know there might have been some, desires to do an invitation to bid. I just know that takes longer.
Yep, so there's three parties. Basically, the direction that I think would be to give city manager direction to obtain property or engineering plans, work with the property owners on any necessary approvals for those plans, and to go to bid to construct those plans. That's what I'm hearing.
Now you just have to word it.
Okay. Yep, I would. Yeah, we council, do we want to give direction to allow the city manager to work with the property owners on any approvals needed for Allen Engineering to draft new plans based on the concept we discussed, and then go to bid to construct that design once approved?
Which concept? Because we talked about 4-to-1 and we talked about concrete pipe. Or pipe and
you would only go to well, it's not a 4-to-1, not stone and pipe. We're not saying no to that, but we are leaving that open only if they cannot get this, we'll call it the 7%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the first one.
So that's the one, okay.
And in order to do the 7%, as our city attorney wisely stated, because I can't even say it now without naming it, they're going to need some conditions approved.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion on extending the meeting by 30 minutes? None. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. No is necessary. So instead of trying to jam it all together, this council would like the city manager to work with Allen Engineering on new conceptual plans. Can we agree to that? Keep it vague, new conceptual plans. And obtain any necessary property owner approvals. And finalize those plans to go bid the construction. Basically, design it, working off that concept. The only time they would not go down the 7% is they can't make it work. And I just didn't want to box it into one thing. They're going to pursue that. In order to do that, he needs to have the direction to work with the property owners to get approvals. And
If we can specify approval for private property use for the right-of-way. Approvals is just pretty broad. We want the approvals, what do we want the specific approval for? And that would be.
Easement adjustment?
Easement adjustment.
I was
yes.
trying to keep it vague. Any necessary approvals? I mean, it's going to take mutual consent, I don't think. But yeah, if we want to specify any necessary easement approvals or city attorney, to put that.
Okay. Well, to implement the 7% concept, it seems that we would need to do an easement adjustment, which is going to require the approvals of the property owners.
Okay.
But as for the approval of the plans per se, right, that's a city function, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so party one, we are given direction for the city attorney to,
City manager.
or city manager, thank you, to create a design based on the conceptual plans.
Yeah.
We're also giving directions to work with the property owners for any necessary easement adjustments to draft those plans. So, and with that, they can then go to bid. Yep.
Let me just show you something. Excuse me. Read this, this might make sense. That's what you want them to say. Try that.
I'm not sure
Yeah, I'll read it to you.
okay, we need to maintain some order, though, we can't.
It just says move forward to obtain the owner's release of the property to be used for the easement for the new drainage system.
Okay,
All right?
thank you.
I just thought it might help.
I appreciate it. Before trying to word I think the motion correctly, I at least want the council to, do we know what we're trying to do here? Are we all in agreement with what the city manager one is going to work with property owners, the engineer, and go out to bid based on design? Are we good with that? If our city attorney wants to help with a motion, or city manager, I think he'll help draft
working on
it. We'll sit back. Ms. Visadomini had provided some recommended wordages on using the terms release for, and I think our city attorney is working through it. Authorizing brand incident of construction.
Oh, that was easy. Oh, my goodness.
That's the next Yeah, that's the next one. I think he's working on just A for now. The
If
next
you
one
want to
is-
layer it in.
That's already written.
And a fourth one, and any necessary expenditure, so we can knock it out in one
Are
motion.
you wanting to incorporate all A, B, and C in a motion?
I think this counts, yes.
Instead of 3 motions, you want it all in one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is my best shot at like 10:35. Okay, so kind of bullet points. So direct the city manager to work with Allen Engineering to prepare engineering plans based on the owner's submitted 7% concept plan to obtain any necessary approvals from the property owners regarding any easement adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
Finalize the Allen Engineering plans in preparation of the soliciting bids based on those final plans.
Mm-hmm.
Authorize the city manager to expend funds to construct.
That language is already written from the previous.
Is it?
If you want to use that. Authorization to approve other incidental construction-related expenses deemed reasonably necessary.
Well, it's authorize the city manager to approve construction-related expenses deemed necessary to complete the drainage improvements, to include the replacement of any bamboo removed, that's on it, right, from the property for soil erosion and stormwater management purposes.
Yeah, I think
in
that,
accordance with the final plans. And then C would remain the same. Initiating legal proceedings if warranted, et cetera.
council, has our city attorney worked through that? Does that sound?
Should there be a mention of the 7% slope in there at all?
I think he did.
Yeah, I said 7% concept plan, because as I think the mayor pointed out, Allen Engineering would work whatever magic, flexibility there on
Okay.
the outcome.
And I think our city attorney, for the sake of minutes and stuff, could probably give our city clerk
Mhm.
a copy of city manager. Is that,
I think he's essentially made the motion out loud.
that's, and I'm
Right.
just making sure we're good.
Second.
And someone, well, he's
I'll make-
read it, someone needs to move.
I'll
someone
make a
needs to
motion
second.
that we adopt the city attorney's motion
Right.
As stated.
as stated.
As stated.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember
with
Willis and
that?
a second by Councilmember Shoryak
Very good. Well,
to approve the city attorney's motion as stated. Is there any further discussion? That was a lot in one. Last confirmation, city manager, I think that's clear. We can work with that.
absolutely, council, thank you.
City attorney, is there any other
No, sir.
items? Okay, city clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Four.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. Okay, now C, did our city attorney say C and C stays the same, or should we just knock that one out as an independent
No, I
motion?
included C,
Okay.
staying the same.
And that was the intent of the council, I heard him say C.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Excellent, well, thank you all. I think we are able to now move on to item 9.6.
Parks and Recs.
So, Mayor, regarding item 9.6, this is in-depth issue that we've talked about during our one-on-one meetings.
Yep.
And it's one that I strongly believe would be better served in a workshop. And we've selected a workshop date for the paid parking. You can tack this on to that date as well.
Okay.
And we will be able to allow the public to participate in that also.
So we got the 1:00 PM on the 9th, which we all can make. City manager is suggesting a few hours after that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we do need to set a time. instead of just saying,
Well, if it's going to follow on the heels of the first one, then basically starting, commencing, if you want to give yourself a break in between, commencing no more than 15 minutes after the other workshop.
I
if you
think we
needed
got
time.
some workshop meeting rules and stuff.
Do we?
Yeah, I think I'd love to do that. Or we do one workshop with two different items.
We set a time, and if it runs long, it runs long.
I think we could get through the parking workshop as long as we're not trying to solve too much. What do you think? 1, 2, 3, 2 hours?
2 to 2.5.
For the parking thing, the parking issue?
Yeah, we could do a workshop at 5:30. I mean, that's 4:30.
We can get DoorDash.
I mean, after that, yes, I love that.
They're doing the other one at 1, right?
So if we got one at 1, 3:30,
All of it.
okay, yeah, 4 p.m., does that work?
We advertise it as one workshop with 2 items.
Yeah, we can do that?
Yeah, right.
That makes it
Yeah.
clean, and then
Yep.
we can take a recess,
Mhm.
let the parking people break, and then we're not, okay.
As long as we
Does
advertise
sound
it that
good?
way.
We got a 1 p.m. workshop with 2 items, and we can take a 30-minute recess if we need it, get some DoorDash.
What did we say the date was? Was that
The
June?
9th.
June 9th, okay.
June 9th.
Okay, got it.
At 1 p.m.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I think we would need a motion, City Manager, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a motion to add agenda item number 9.6, Parks, Recreation, and Community Affairs, resolution number 2026-03 to our workshop on June 9th.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Shoryak. Any further discussion? And that motion was to add the resolution, as he stated, to the June 9th, 1 p.m. workshop. Really is the second item on that workshop. So-
Mr. Mayor, did we
Yes.
have any public comment cards on this agenda item?
The 2 comment cards we got, Ms. Visadomini, who has spoke, and Mr. Evan Weisfeld, who
Okay.
spoke earlier. I do not. Does anyone intend to speak on this item?
I just wanted to check.
No, I appreciate it, and it would be one. I think that's a great recommendation, City Manager.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4. All right, the motion to schedule this item on the June 9th workshop at 1 p.m. passes 5-0, which takes us to the end. We have no items for discussion. Item 10, we could go 11 reports. We are short on time, but if we want to go speed drill, anything that needs to go? Mayor Pro Tem?
I went to several things this month, and I've been busy with working with the city manager. That is as fast as you're going to get it.
Okay, Councilmember Willis?
Went to a number of items, but I just want to pass out the legislative summary from the Space Coast League of Cities meeting this past Monday, so everybody has a copy of it.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Thank
all
you.
I'm
Oh,
going to
good.
talk about tonight.
Good.
Thank you. Well, that's
We're not going to talk about Governor DeSantis?
2 more, and then
Oh,
one
okay.
for the city clerk. I'm gonna give you one more.
I gave
Oh, she's got one? Okay, I got it.
You got one.
Yeah, she's got one. I think you got an extra one.
And you're going
Yep.
to include all the email
Yep.
stuff I sent you.
Thank
in the
you,
record.
Councilmember.
Councilmember
Anything else
Shoryak?
from me then? Pretty busy month. I got to tour the wastewater treatment facility with June. She showed me around all the equipment over there. Fascinating place.
Mhm.
Kind of interesting. And we're going to invest as a city, invest in something, invest in that plant. We need it. So,
Amen.
I also got a meet and greet with Tim and Laura in capital projects, and met with Joey, got some financial data, and then I also met with Natalie and our HR folks.
That's
She actually has a
fantastic.
revenue generating idea. I won't give it away, but everybody's chipping in. That's good. And another thing on parking. I'm sorry, go ahead. I did speak to Tim and Laura about the lot on the corner, and I looked into that Parked app, and it says with 25 there are 35 spaces in that lot. With 25 spaces, they estimate we could make about $7,500 a month, just renting those spaces out to cruise people. So I guess my question is this: how do we go about just maybe testing this thing? Sign up for this app and see how it works for a month, see if we make any money, if there are multiple apps. And I know Tim and Laura were going to check in with the other parking vendors and see if they might have some kind of solution for that as well. So I guess maybe we'll hang on to that until the parking workshop.
Send it to Tim.
Yeah.
Send the question to Tim.
Yeah, and I think,
So I mean, I think there's potential to make some money there, so rather than just let that sit idle. And I know there was an issue, I think the pickleball people are parking there. But I drove by the other day, that parking lot had a bunch of cars, but the pickleball, where they're supposed to be parking behind the tennis courts, was totally empty. So it saves them like 10 steps to park there rather than where they're supposed to park. So I don't think it's going to be an issue to push the people out of there. So, because they weren't parking there before when there was a shopping center there. So,
thank you.
that's it.
Councilmember King?
Oh, no, I'm done. Thank you.
I've got, I want to just say I am so proud our council, city manager had a chance to all attend in unison. The governor came, short notice as always, announced here to Brevard County. We were all there. We got to hear him. And he's talking about stuff that his desires around property taxes. It was great. And yes, thank you. That was great for us to all hear where his head is.
I also think he gave us a mandate because he did point out that I guess the cities and counties in Florida, their budget was $32 billion back in 2019. It's currently, I think, in the mid-60s, and it's projected to head into the 80s. And he said that with where they should be is in the 40s. So he's all about cutting expenses.
Yep.
So I think we should, that's kind of a mandate, I feel, that we got from him going into our budget season.
Yeah, at the state level, most cities mirror that. It's over the same period of time. I got a note up here, Memorial Day services, Monday, the 25th, 10 o'clock a.m., I would assume. Unless you're crazy like us, we hang out at 10 p.m. here. Beth, VFW, and...
American Legion.
Oh, thank you. American Legion will be participating. So yeah, Monday the 25th, 10 a.m. Memorial Day service. Thank you to our VFW and American Legion as always. Staples in this community. I will do my best to get to both of those, and thank you. Spissinominy, we appreciate it. That's all I have for my reports. And City Manager, anything?
No, sir.
City Attorney? City Clerk's Office? Finance Department? Director, thank you. Brevard County Sheriff's Office, anything?
All set.
All right, with that, I think I need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion.
I've been doing that wrong, I think. All right, meeting adjourned.